Okay. So this is an exit point for calls. I'm going to go down to 30 seconds. If you're new, control your emotions. These are super fast candles, and I will go down to 15 seconds in a minute. You should look at the mega caps. They might get a bounce. The ETFs are trying to bounce. I see some positive movements in the XLF. Tesla's bouncing, so that would help the XLY or offset some of the badness of Amazon. Coca Cola, a brand new all time high. This is the dumbest market on the planet. Look at Coca Cola shoot up or high above the last 3 days. This is crazy stuff. The tariffs did not kill anything. The reaction to the news did. The news is not different yesterday than today. It's the human emotions that kills the profits. If you want to not get killed by tariffs, plug your ears. Don't do anything. Plug your ears. Nothing will happen in your account if you just plug your ears. That's all I'm telling you. Um, the people that are profiting off of you, the brokers that have assigned you this and that and took your money overnight, are the same people that are telling you what to do on CNBC. So if you want to take away one of their advantages, just plug your ears. That's all you got to do. I am short Coca Cola. I own puts in Coca Cola, and I don't know if they're red or green yet. I'm red on that position, but this is a like a third set of shorts. So overall, I'm still profitable. I'm not getting out of my position today. Here's the way I see it. If the market continues lower, Coke will follow it lower. If the market rebound, money will come out of Coke to buy the market. So either way, today is the wrong day to stop the short on Coke. If I was not short Coca-Cola, I would short it today, just based on the chart. This is a trade that paid us huge last time, and we can just repeat it. Costco. Wow, check out Costco. Irrational market. Can I add to shorts? I'm not adding to my shorts. If I wasn't short Coca Cola, I would consider shorting it, but I'm not adding to it. I don't want to give them money. I already gave them money. So I didn't learn anything new today, right? I'm just managing my account. Okay. So if you're looking to buy protection today, oh boy, um, not the right time. Definitely not the right time. Okay, so Webull said you're screwed, that it was your fault. Get a new broker. I've never had that situation happen where they pick and choose what they assign me. If I had two positions in the money, I have been assigned both at the same time. They picked to give you the assignment that would lose you the most amount of money. Change brokers. Read their terms of service. That is horrible. So I'm speaking to someone in private that got assigned. They had a spread that was in the money at the call side, a credit call spread. They assigned him one leg and not the other. So he's long SPY from the 558. So you have to decide what you want to do with the shares. But if you have a margin call, you have no chance, no choice but to today sell your shares. Okay, so expiration, I would buy June puts at the money with Coca Cola if you want to short Coca Cola. It is popping. It's near damn all time high. I would buy a put in Coca Cola, very simple, just under current price for June, and buy half the position you want and add to it in a few weeks, couple weeks. SPX, I see. Iron Condor, absolutely freaking not. An Iron Condor is a trade that is for range bound situations. Today, I would have chosen to test myself with a credit put spread because we're down 3.5% to open. So I would do a credit put spread below 5,400. You can do that. If it pays you $50 at 53.75, you guys should be scared of the market today. They're overreacting with their premiums if they're paying that much all the way down there. Only 2% to go. I don't know what that means. Okay, June, just under current price. Whatever, 70, where is it now? 73? I would buy June 73 if they're available. I don't even need to look at the options table. It's not scientific. You want to buy a put at or just below current price. And don't load up. I love the predictions. Hatim, what do you mean by that? You're looking at a call to sell? That's fine. That's fine. So you would be losing $10 if they call you out. Hi, Luis. What do I think of NVIDIA credit put spread for 1680, 85? That's fine with me. NVIDIA, I'm already in something like that. I have that already. I have it for May. And it pays me. It's still green for me now. So we sold it 30 days ago. I wouldn't mind yours. So Luis is suggesting why not catch the falling knife in NVIDIA through selling a credit put spread for April. If I didn't have one for May, that's what I would do, yes. The purpose of this live, hi KM. The purpose of this live is we have 300 people that get together here every day and we trade the market. So today is pretty wild. Normally you would see me offer an iron condor to open and buy call, buy put based on the price action. We also have dozens of people that contribute with their own trade ideas. So we have become a group of friends that we trade together all day, every day. You can join in part of the day. You can join in here and there. I also, if you subscribe, I also share write-ups before the market opens and during the market to see if we can trade slower for those of us who cannot be here. So that's the purpose. The purpose is to empower us home gamers to trade better than Wall Streeters. So we cannot beat the casino, as they say, but we can definitely beat the other players that are trading alone. So let's find trades that are easy wins for us and tough losses for traders that are not as skilled. Let me know you understood. Call here. In theory, yes. Let's see. Give me a minute. It's a super busy morning, so I don't have all my windows in front of me. I'm trying to moderate a large number of private messages. So if we make a lower low on the day, yes, calls here with a stop, yes. Target 546.40. 546.80 would be a complete exit. This would be null and void at 544.20. So if you buy calls here, your target zone is here. So you have to determine, is it worth it? And you get stopped out here, below here, sorry, here. So it would look like, okay, I buy a call, I would stop out here and I want one-to-one opportunity. So if this is not enough space for you to profit from, then don't do it. And I'm not going to be telling you where to exit. Target 3 on this one would be, if you're lucky, would be here. If we take that out this morning, you can exit here because they're going to dip after they get there. All right, let me take this out and make the window bigger. All right, KM. Hey, KM, I'm going to send you a direct message. Let me know you see it. Okay, so you did what I said I wouldn't do. All right, but that's okay, Hatim. Yeah. Now you're committed. Your price is 205. I said below, right? That's okay. You did what you did. Okay, Yazan. Just manage your profits accordingly, okay? Scalp wins. I'm not going to manage your profits for you. You took the trade. If it brings you profits today, maybe you just want to scalp it and feel better about yourself. So tonight we're going to have a little meeting. If you want to join us, Raghu and I are going to have a little get together and chat about what we can look for this coming quarter. Some hedging. KM, do you see my message earlier? Should I wait to cover? I have a protective foot for the SPY, which saved a lot of pain. I didn't see the first part of the message. This is the place we're going to be tonight. Need some help. Credit put spread underwater. 64.95. April 4th tomorrow. 64.95. 54.95. Okay, so it expires tomorrow. You got a 50-50 shot. Sell a credit call spread to lower your odds. You should be out. You should be out of the calls. I put lines and circles. If you bought calls on this, you should be out. This trade played out. Now, you can leave runners if you want to get to that second level, 548.80, and the price action should be they should not lose this. So if they hold above here, maybe they do this and try that. Okay, but maybe leave runners if you want. Oof. If you're a fan of stocks you've been tracking forever, any of the big names, and those stocks are demolished today, and they're falling into support zones, don't be shy about nibbling if you are not already long. That's a big if. If you're already long those stocks, don't pile in, especially if your entry price is close to current price. Thank you. Okay, so if you close the calls, don't buy them again here. If I was a market maker, I would want to dip this way to scare people out of this. So you can buy it here if you can take pain down to here. So you can buy calls again to repeat, but I personally would feel better if I wait for here at the risk of missing out on another trade. This yellow line, in case you don't know, no, never mind. Never mind. That's a different yellow line. Let me see what this is. Okay. So remember on 313, we had a solid dip Thursday. And that marked the end of March, clearly. Not end of March, end of the big slide in March. And then we had a huge bounce on Friday, 2%. Monday, gap up 1%, and then chopped the whole week. And then the next week, last week, we traded above the whole week until we closed that back down. And we have since lost that 313 low to that low. This one. So this was a lower low than 313, and we are now trying to recover that. I'm telling you, if we don't recover it, the downside is not over, based on the same conversation you and I have had for the past 2 weeks. We are losing a consolidation zone that may extend another 8% to 12% lower from the 313 low. Okay, so you guys are still talking about tariffs with the headlines. I don't know how to convince you that it's not about the headlines. We have literally traced last night's move. Literally, I've recorded it. I'm going to slice it this weekend and show you proof positive. It's not about the headlines. I said we should pop a little and then hunt point D. My statement about the headlines is that they bring whatever was going to happen faster and bigger, and that's what happened. They popped a little more than my point BC C and overshot point D. And then I said also before the market closed, the VIX should pop, and I gave a value, and the VIX popped, but overdid it too on the headline. It's not about the headlines. Stop chasing the headlines. I don't know how else to say it. I've been doing this decades. I prove it to you over and over. It's not about the headlines. So you can take a call here if you can take some pain. If you take a call here, I wouldn't want to stop out until, that's a lot of pain. Oof. Small call. I don't want to be stopped out at the low of the day or lower. So my stopping point would be here, but this better rally a lot. Otherwise the risk reward doesn't make sense. So if you can risk a couple $100, how much is the call right now? Let me see here. Where are we at? 544. Ooh. The call at 544 is $300. These are like $110 usually. Okay. So it is what it is. $300 call at 544 SPY expiration today. The target is to get from here to here, stall a little bit, maybe get to here, and somewhere here there's an exit. But the pain can extend down to here. So if you cannot take this much pain, don't take this weight lower at the risk of missing out. So enter somewhere here. So this is a tricky one. A little bit more reward than this one on paper, but trickier because you might withstand a lot of pain. Okay, and technically below this is null and void. So $300. We're moving up. Oh, sorry, that wasn't $300. Dang it. Anyway, so hopefully somebody marked the price. What was the price? I had the wrong price. Whatever it was, you should have greens right now. I'm not going to tell you when to exit. If you can scalp 20%, scalp 20%. So these are fast trades, not for everyone. This is not all we do here. Okay, so this one worked out. Delete. That's 2 trades. 2 for 2. Those are the fast ones. If you want slower trades, we definitely discuss them. You've heard me talk about a dozen slower trades. I closed my QQQ from yesterday, 90% profit. I got back into 458 calls. You approve. Calls, yes, if you're scalping, I do approve. On the Qs, you might have some upside. But don't make it a big trade. Don't make the loss on the new trade offset the gains you just booked. I sold Meta for 50 June for $31. I'm thinking to roll to Meta. If I sold a put in Meta at 450 for June, I would not roll today. This is inconsequential price action. Magnets on the SPY. It's such a mess in the options chain. I wouldn't dare guess on that one. Okay. So yeah, I see trades at $7 lower. I see trades at $7 higher. It's just a mess. Don't rely on the options today, right now. Let them settle out. There's a lot of exercises from yesterday. So I think the charts are the better guide. So we keep our eye out on the options, but I think it's too soon. So maybe right now, if somebody has a big pile of cash, they would sell a really wide iron butterfly and see if they can range the trade. But that would put a lot of money at risk, and I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to give details. If you know what you're doing, you can try it on your own. So the bounce is, I'm going to erase everything we just did. This green, this pattern, the way we're trading, we're trying to establish a trading zone for the morning. So it looks like we have. So the logic is you get long on the lower 1/3 and you get short in the upper 1/3 until the range is breached, and then you flip and you chase it in that direction, right? This is our strategy every day, rinse and repeat. So right now they're trying to establish the zone, and this morning today it's wilder than normal, so you can't trust yourself as much. But anytime in this area you close your longs, your shorts, and you try to enter longs, try to. Anything in this upper zone, you close your longs and you try to enter shorts. So some people do it by buying calls and puts. Other people are pretty good at selling put spreads and selling call spreads at the right moment and closing it, scalping with spreads. That's taxing because you're doing 2 trades and 2 to close, 2 trades and 2 to close a couple times a day. That's a bunch of trading, and you end up owing thousands to your broker. It does work though. They do make 6-figure salaries, and they're in here talking about it all the time. If you're good buying calls and buying puts, that's the more efficient ways of doing it. Early in the day, I would use the SPY. The SPX are huge. So unless you're super good, you're down thousands like that. And as far as charts are concerned today, the SPY can bounce. The 1 minute looks like a descending wedge that wants to bounce up to 547. So it's worth holding a call if you can withstand some pain. So there is the potential of this and this in the next hour. If you want to hold a call, you can. It is $365 to buy a 544 call right now. That I know for a fact. I'm looking at it. But you must withstand pain and have a stop in mind. I don't want to be stopped out at or just below low of the day. Okay? So if we go to here, they might do this. I would stop out on this. I would decide. So I prefer selling a put spread and walking away for the day, in the sense where if I want to make $200 or $100, I would go down here in the SPX, sell a put spread like we discussed earlier, and wait. So, but that's the only money I can make with the credit put spread. It's an easier win, a limited win, win that doesn't need anything to happen. You just need not to collapse. I'll keep us in check with that scenario of a bounce. So with this information that I just said that we could bounce, the one thing I can definitely do is not hold puts for no reason. Okay? You can hold the puts for the hope of a breakdown. That is a trade, but you need to set a stop loss as well, because you know that there is a possibility of a snapback rally based on the 1 minute chart. I'm going to put the SPY on the bottom right-hand corner 1 minute to show you what it looks like. This is the 1 minute. It's that blue thing that is trying to draw itself on the 1 minute. Okay? Okay. It's not an obvious trade, and it's going to take a lot of courage at the risk of losing. All right, so I'm going to scroll up a little bit and see if I can catch up with the messages. Do we? No, we don't. Nick, sorry. I took $15 profit and got out. Sold call in RH. What call would I sell? Okay, so I told you if I was stuck long RH at 210, I would sell a put below my entry price because you said it was a mistake. So I usually close mistakes at a loss, but you didn't want to. You said, I don't want to take a loss. Well, you have a loss. You just don't want to realize the loss. So if it was a mistake, I would sell a put below me that would, if I'm exercised, that I would exit for even. So find a call that, find a covered call that you can sell below 210 that will get you out even if the stock goes to 250. You do the math. I can't do that for you. It takes a long time, and you should be able to do it yourself. Okay, so that call is still not losing money. That's good news. I'm not going to tell you when to exit. You can book profits from 15% on up, and losses up to you, how much pain you want to take. I try to give you levels. In this case, levels are iffy because how fast we're moving. Can you please help me? I told you to help, but okay. Wait, you're RH, you're in at 210? That's your entry price? What? It's down 40%? It was down 15% a minute ago. What? Whoa. Yeah, there's no calls you can sell. There's no calls you can sell. You can go to December and sell the 170 call for $30 or 180 call for $25. So if it rallies back to 200, you're out at 180, but you collected 25, so you're really out at 205, so you lose $5. 180 call for December, but that commits you to owning the shares until the end of the year. Do you understand? I can't spend a lot more time on this one. This is the trade I would do for myself if I'm committed to owning the shares. Mathematically, it protects you for another $28 from this pain that you've already taken. Mathematically, it will get you out at a $5 loss, best case scenario, if it rallies back before December. Yeah. And if it's down 42%, you can even wait for a bounce to do it and collect more money or go higher. But that's the process. I hope it's clear. For everybody else, it's if I own shares of a stock, I can sell a call and collect money today and promise to deliver my shares to someone. I need to modify these arrows. Okay. And stopping point technically on the charts is here. Those three white lines work together. It's a long unless we go down below this white line. Then this green M gets negated. Those are for fast traders. The slower trader is somebody stuck in the stock and they own it at a much higher price than where it is right now. So what they can say is, "Hey, I'll sell my shares at this level." And somebody will say, "Okay, I'll pay you money if you promise to do that." That's selling a covered call. So for that particular person, they're in a stock at 210 and the stock is now at 140 something. So I said, if you sell a 180 call below their entry price and they collect $2,500, and which means that if it rallies back and it goes to 190, they're forced to sell their shares at 180. But that's okay because they collected 25. So it would be like selling them at 180 plus 25, which is 205. They bought it at 210. That's a $5 loss. Way better than a $70 loss. And the 2,500 they collect now stops the bleeding for $25 lower from 140. Thanks, Manal. This green M is trying to unfold. It needs help from this group, the mega caps, which is not coming, and this group, which is definitely not coming. So when you start seeing weakness in Coca-Cola and the market, the day gets more bearish. Listen to me. If you see Coca-Cola, I'm going to put Coca-Cola down on the bottom right, start weakening. I think 10 minutes. When Coca-Cola starts having red ticks with the market, that means they're no longer, quote, hiding in Coca-Cola. They're still selling the market, and now they decided, okay, maybe Coca-Cola is not so good anyway. That's the mentality of the spirit of today's mess. Okay. And if you want to stop out fast, you have my permission. This is a crazy day. The trade is still flat. I'm looking at the column. It still says 365. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've had a broken connection earlier on my sheet. So somebody please set me straight. I still think we bounce. So it's worth it. 336 on 542. Oh, okay. I'm asking about the 544. Ooh-wee. This descending wedge is getting hot in here. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Who just lost it? The XLF. Berkshire. Thank you, Berkshire. I appreciate your contribution to the Nick Foundation. I earned it. Berkshire, I earned it. You've followed my struggles with this stock, shorting it. But I had conviction. GLD, sure. What's the question? GLD, please. Please focus me on time frame, or what type of questions are we talking about here? Ooh. I have April put. You bought it or you sold it? Okay, so what's your question? Are you asking me where I think it's going? Help me. Okay, I would have booked my profits this morning. You were busy on the call. Beep. Okay. So this is a green hammer from yesterday we just lost on the SPY. That was a big buyer at also the low, overnight low. This is a new low, but it's also a green hammer from 15 minutes from yesterday. Anyway, the GLD, I'm short GDX, but my short is not a naked put. I sold calls to buy puts, sold call spreads to buy put spreads for the group. I think gold is extended, needs a dip. I don't know your level of conviction. I don't know your cost basis or anything. If I'm short gold, I'm not exiting today. Maybe that helps you. I don't have good guidance to you except to say that gold is bouncing back into an area of resistance. If I'm looking at the chart, 288, 289 looks like a tough spot. So if I'm short gold, I'm not exiting today. I don't know what in the money means. In the money, for me, in option terms, price has fallen below your put. Okay, so that don't say in the money. SPX I see today. Leo, I answered you earlier. No iron condors when the day is the wildest day you've ever seen in the past 2 years. This is the wildest day in the past 2 years that I can remember. Open session. Definitely not conducive for an iron condor. The iron condor is by definition a range-bound trade. You see a range? No, you see a giant drop out of nowhere. So you try to catch the drop by selling a put spread, which I shared earlier. If you want, I can reshare. I would not do an iron condor. I would sell a put spread and try to make $100 out of a $400 risk. $5 wide credit put spread that pays me $100. That's 25% reward on the risk, and I don't need anything to happen except we don't collapse past here. Something like $53.95, $5,400. It's quoting $1.20 to $53.95. I don't know what the heck's going on. See if someone can fill it at $1.20. $100 at $53.95. The price is $54.50 right now, so that's quite a bit lower. That's a risk I would like to take if I'm a slow trader. If I can't buy a call, buy a put pretty quickly, I would prefer to take a slow poke, which doesn't pay as much, 100, 25%. One would require $400 in the account on the SPX that expires today. The SPX better than the SPY because there's no assignments, as a lot of you have found out tonight. How many of you have been assigned overnight? I know of at least 6. Their own trades. So the morning has been busy trying to talk people in and out of trouble and booking profits. Some people got assigned and made money, but very few. And Webull is not a good broker. That's what we determined. My goodness, they really royally screw their clients. All right. The GDX flipped green from super red to super green. That's pretty crazy stuff. Don't own Amazon. What about December? Somebody asked me if I could sell a put in a stock, and I forgot what it was. I just remembered I didn't answer you. Can you re-ask? Oh, Adobe. Not my favorite stock. Adobe is always expensive. So if I'm looking for value in good stocks, Adobe would not be my pick. But the level is okay. I don't love it. If you want to own shares and you're giving yourself 20% of downside protection, that's fine with me. But Adobe is never cheap. Like, I would rather sell puts in Nvidia. Like, it's way cheaper. Way cheaper. Nvidia is a bargain if you believe the growth rate is sustainable that they have. Like, way cheaper. Yesterday, I mentioned the warning that the KRE might be providing. I think we're short the KRE. No, not anymore. We're short the XLF. I said whatever the KRE, whenever the I said in the past 2 months, the KRE has been a leading indicator to the XLF. By the way, the XLF puts are up 120% at least, and I think I have the highest price. Like, I got in the first, so I had the worst timing of all of you. Any idea why? Because it didn't. Did you buy it or did you sell it? The put you weren't assigned. You sold it? Yeah, I don't know. I sold the put at $9 in the letter X, and it went to 480, and they didn't assign me because it didn't expire. Okay, Paul. Sorry about that. So I think my platform was broken. That price has not changed. I'm going to close it and reopen it. My goodness, that's the second time today. I think brokers are having an issue. So this is where you know your broker is good or bad, is when the you know what hits the fan, is where the process breaks down on their end. I'm having a hard time getting my feed to work today. Of course, on the day you need it the most, right, to help people. Okay, now the prices are completely different. But at least they're live, I think. Come on, change. Yes, they're live. So my prices are completely different. I don't know what the price was for that call, so I apologize on that one. Let's go back to the credit put spread. No, I see $100 and $120 for the 53.95. I think Luis mentioned 53.60 pays $60 on the credit put spread. A little bit more conservative. Conservative in the sense where the odds of success are a little bit better, but the amount of loss is a little bit more. So this is where you value safety from the sense of what are my odds of winning versus how much am I risking. I'm a proponent of risking more with better odds. In this case, I wouldn't mind risking less with worse odds for a higher percentage. It's more of a buying call type of a statement, like buying a $400 call and getting 20% out of it. I would sell a put spread that pays me 100, and that would be it. I would be buying a $400 call, except I don't need the rally like I would have if I buy a call. I will be back in a second. I need to do something, so hang in there. Okay, so they're still struggling to hold the point of this descending wedge. The setup is still okay, suboptimal that we went to the white scribbly mark. So if you want to stop out, you have my permission. I don't want to force you into it. This is a tricky day. Better be safe at the risk of uh, um, falter on the side of safety. You need leadership from the mega caps, which have the best fundamentals. This group needs to stabilize. This group is overbought in general terms. Most of them are, especially the XLP. The XLI is iffy. Starbucks. Woo-wee. I told you it was expensive. Apparently coffee is tariffed. December. Silvano, I forgot the proposed Amazon trade. I don't have an Amazon trade on my books. I sent an Amazon trade out. I didn't take it for myself. What is your question? I don't want to discuss tariffs in here, Sean. Thank you. They're immaterial. Is that a good trade on Amazon? You're collecting $80 at 140. I'm fine with that. I wouldn't even defend that. I would take the shares at 140. If you're already long Amazon, I mean, what do you know now that you didn't know yesterday? If you're looking to start a position in Amazon, that is not a bad one. You can probably find a better one shorter term. So you're not committed for December. It all depends on your schedule, of course. If you have a lot of trades for December, don't add another one for December. Move it out of December. You need to spread your risk in multiple ways: type, long, short, sector, tech, not tech, timing, December, January, and balance it out. So yeah. So let's see if I can fill that for myself. Amazon. Let me look at my position. How many trades I have for December? I can add another one. So you're saying Amazon December. Give me the levels again. At 145. That's inside the straddle. I would modify it a little bit. I would sell it naked at 125 or a credit put spread. You see, we're different. I'll take 125 Alex for $61. Thank you. Let me see if I can go lower. The 120 pays 50. The 125 pays 60. It's up to you. I think 60 would be better. Let's see if it fills. All right, so I'll take a couple just for giggles and see if they'll fill. Where is my quantity? I'm drawing a blank. There we go. Well, more than a couple. Let's see. Are we rallying? Yeah, we are. So don't forget to book your profits on that call. I can't tell you how much you're making because I didn't log the right price. I had the wrong price. If somebody took it, please set me straight with updates on the cost. Okay, I will try again. 125. Change accounts. Edit the order. It does fill for about $60. I think it filled for 59, 58. 125 credit put spread. I would have no problem buying shares, so I would sell it naked at three. Let's see here, 115. Let's say if I sell the 115 naked put for Amazon for December, this commits me long Amazon, and I will collect $250. And let's see how much the money they want to lock up. So they will lock up $1,150 if I sell a naked put in a small account that is under PDT rules. I keep that account on purpose like that. It mimics a lot of people's accounts. So small account, sold naked put for Amazon. I don't recommend selling naked puts, so I sold the credit put spread to start, and I can sell the protective put later if I want to. But if somebody wants to sell the naked put down at 115, 115 for December, so from here to the end of the year, I said to somebody, hey, I will buy your shares at 115. They'll pay me an insurance premium for that. My obligation is that I have to take their shares at 115. My break point would be 112 and a half, break even point after getting assigned. The put will be very, very red. If I don't panic, all the redness will disappear the minute they assign me the shares. Psst, gone. And then I would start losing from there if I don't sell my shares. If I sell my shares, I don't lose anything. I make a little money. So that would be doable. I sold a credit put spread because I just don't want to be short naked puts left and right. Okay, that is a real trade. Okay, so I am. We are live. I didn't notice. Wow. What? Okay, I'll take it. Right. That's crazy stuff. Let me see where it's at. Oh, not that one. This one. Can you moderate there? Okay. I don't know where I don't see the same things you see. Okay. I'll trust you. All right. So this call would have been this spike would have been a good time to exit the call for two people. One, somebody who hated being a little bit red and now they got a little bit green, exit. Two, somebody who now changed their mind about more upside because they see weakness here and here. Both are correct reasons to exit for sure. No, I'm okay on the bandwidth. Thanks though. That's that is not the reason there's a lag. Okay, you should have greens. How much is it? Who took it? I'm going to call that's a third win of the day. And pending a fourth win is the credit put spread sold. Nobody should be in credit call spreads today unless you are actually trying to balance out something in your books. All right. The VIX calls are scalpable. If you took VIX calls as a trade, how much more than 100% do you want? If you bought VIX calls as protection, they're doing their job for you. Okay? I'm scalping some more VIX calls and I just booked some at almost $800. The cost was definitely less than $400. I've had them forever. I still have some. Okay. No? What do you mean? On the VIX, the question, am I scalping? The VIX calls we bought for $395. We sold for $800. Oh, on SPY, not 10-cent premium. No, the SPY trade was to buy a call and to at. I don't have the entry price. I wish one of you people would have told me the entry price down here. I think the purchase of the call was to try to get that white arrow. We didn't get all of it. We got to here. So it was a little red at this point. It must have been green here. I don't have the measuring of it because I logged the wrong price. Definitely not 10-cent premium. The first two trades were definitely profitable, over 20%. Okay. The long I mentioned has been on for like 15 minutes probably. No one took it? No one wants to help me out and tell me what the premium was? Maybe you didn't note it. Okay, no problem. We can replay. So let's see if we can reset the trade. The trade is still there. It's that green M you see on my screen. Target 1 is that first arrow. Target 2 is the second arrow. I'm going to change colors so we can speak about them in colors. So, whoops, what happened? I changed the text. So the white arrow is target 1 of that green M. The green M is still valid. The orange arrow is target 2 of that green M, which is also still valid. What you need is to pay attention to the soldiers inside this battle. We have upper right-hand corner, that's the mega caps. They're not helping here. And these guys, the collection of the ETFs that people watch, XLF, XLV, XLI, XLC, XLY, XLP, XLB, they're all in there. So those two are half of the SPY, if not a little more. And we're trying to see at what point do we say, okay, so that green M is not going to play out. Couple ways you can play that green M. One, sell a put spread, collect $100, risk 400, or two, buy a $400 call and see if you can make money with it. So I offered both situations. One, I said buy a call. Two, or sell a put spread in the SPX, not the SPY. The call can be in the SPY. You'll say it now, it won't play out. Okay, can you say more? Okay. So clearly state your trade so we can follow along. If you have a good trade setup, state the pattern, the reasons, the timeframes, and or the trades you're in. Intel is green. I mentioned Intel yesterday, believe it or not. Okay. On a 1 hour time frame, this is a 15-second chart. They can both play out. So what you're saying is if it does play out, don't overstay your welcome and stop out because you see something on a larger time frame that could be lower low than today. Totally valid statement. So that would be a good way of saying it. So Corey is warning that he sees bearish setups on a higher time frame, which means if you exit it on that spike, you did a good job. Puts are paying more. All righty, sir. Just like calls were paying more yesterday. Hilarious. Yeah, I know. I do appreciate that. Coca-Cola revamped and went higher. That scenario has not played out yet, where Coke is red and the market is not. So risk appetite is not dead. If it were, they wouldn't be buying Coca-Cola. They would be selling Coca-Cola as well. So the VIX being high and Coca-Cola being green, one of these two has to change, is what I'm saying. Yes. I get it now. So do you get what I just said? You can't have Coca-Cola green and the VIX green too long. It doesn't make sense. Think about it. If you're really freaking scared about Nvidia at 100, eventually you're going to be scared to Coca-Cola at an all-time high. If the VIX is going to go to 30 or 40, that means there's something seriously wrong with this environment, and not even Coke will hold up. That's my point. So let's watch this dynamics between buying Coke as a knee-jerk reaction and for a safety trade. I would love to meet the people propagating that idea as this is a smart thing to do. The smart thing to do is to hide in cash, not hide in Coca-Cola. What's wrong with holding cash for a couple of hours or a couple of days? You'd sell Nvidia and buy Coke? What? Why not just sell Nvidia and sit tight? Who thinks that Nvidia is going to drop $30 and Coca-Cola not? Or Apple or Microsoft if Nvidia is too violent. Yeah. No, I said I'd like to meet the people that say it, not the people that do it. Yeah. It's a knee-jerk reaction. Wall Street does it all the time. Yeah, Restoration Hardware is just demolished. I wouldn't touch that thing. Okay, I won't. Me? Are you crazy? No, 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 no. I bought puts in Coca-Cola. No. No, 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 no. I would be shorting Coca-Cola here by buying puts. Okay, PA. That's an insane statement that you're saying right there. Uh, First of all, the stock market is not the economy, not by any means of the. It's not the economy. Okay, that's first of all. They're never timed at the same time. The economy and the stock market have like a phase shift, as they say. If it's a sine wave, the sine wave comes and goes, like crosses each other in S-like patterns. They're not timed. Quick peek at NQ. We can. To what extent? You want to track the Nasdaq? You trading the futures or what's going on? This is basically NQ right here. That's the collective of all the big guys. Your key levels. There's no key levels right now. It's a panic drop, and key levels we would have to zoom out to address this. Let's go to 15-minute charts. Take out all the lines and noise. 30-minute charts. Okay, we are at key levels. So this looks like, is this 331? No, that's yesterday. So last night's drop flashed low at 18,820. How about you mark that? 18,820. In theory, they're trying to recover this neckline that they lost, which is 1980 or higher, 19080. So this area or higher. 19,160 is shortable, 19,360 is shortable rallies. But the question is, how low will this sell-off last from middle of February? Yes, this is the sell-off that started in the middle of February. We are selling rallies. Rally, sold, lower low. The next rally will be sold halfway or lower low. So we're continuing the sell-off that started middle of February, which is my message. That's what we've been saying forever. Everybody hodling higher and higher and higher, and bottoms are in. Bottom was not in on 313. The bottom was not in on 331. We have a lower low again. So please tell me again, what bottom is it that we are seeking? Technically, we should fall another 8% lower than 313, 8 to 13%. If this rebound here is not V-shaped recovery to where we recover all these necklines I just mentioned, we should drift lower for the next couple of weeks without an interruption from the headlines. So the market, read the morning note. In the morning note, I said the market needs the market needs a miracle headline, a talking point. Right now, everybody's consumed with this with the tariffs. It's like it's something new that they've never heard of. Folks, the tariffs were announced in November. He ran on the tariffs. What did you expect? This is 318. We had a crash based on tariffs, him and Xi Jinping. It was us and China at the time. Tariff this, tariff that, 245 billion, 340 billion, whatever the numbers were. Months, weeks. And then we crashed in Christmas. And then they started a QE. I said this time it's a little different. We cannot start a QE. We cannot start a QE. We have an inflation problem. A QE would make an inflation problem hideous. Yeah, it is valuable info, which I'm trying to hold people down that this is not about the tariffs. This is about the price action unfolding that has been unfolding, but everybody's been fed the story that there is a bottom coming. I was like, why is there a bottom coming? We're still making lower lows and lower highs, and nothing has changed. The tariffs are still here. The economy is extended. We have inflation. The GDP is as high as it can get, and it's fake anyway. The trillions of dollars from the pandemic are tapering out. They're still coming, but there are less of them coming. So it's a different situation that we have now. And we've been told a story from Wall Street by all these experts that are no longer experts, by the way. I told you I'm reading some stuff from people I used to admire, and it's like, what are you saying? This is crazy stuff. Just use simple logic. It is as good as it gets from every angle in your life. Everything is as expensive as it can be. Assets, house, car, salaries, everything is as expensive as it can be with an inflation problem, with low rates. Where is the upside coming from? And the S&P is twice the value it was a little bit ago. I don't know what it is now. And they're still talking about upside and bottoms. That's crazy stuff. Illogical, unrealistic expectations. And I said, unrealistic expectations will bring about letdowns. Like I said, the blind side is to the downside. And this wasn't even a blind side. The tariffs were already here. He just regurgitated them and put them on a piece of paper, apparently. You said he has a menu. Like, who didn't expect tariffs? What am I missing? How is that news? We had tariffs 2 days ago. We have tariffs today. You had a big list? Okay. Okay. But I'm telling you, the fact that Coca-Cola is up there, that's good news. People are not that scared. I didn't even watch it, not for a second. You see, I don't give a crap about any of that. I said, I'm rising above. I'm rising above the talking points, left and right. It is disgusting what's going on out there. Everybody knows how I am and where I go with my decisions, but I don't watch any news. Not this guy, not that guy. They're both crazy and cheaters and liars and scumbuckets. So I just rise above everything. What I do know is we need a wake up call, and maybe this is it. This is the start of the wake up call. Technically, this green M has been negated because we're below the stopping point. The descending wedge now kicks in to see if there is a bounce. The bounce that was expected earlier did not happen. There's still going to be a bounce, and they're selling them quickly. So if you do catch a bounce and you're holding calls, if there's a bounce coming and you're red minus 30%, if you're down minus 30% on a call, and you get a bounce that makes you minus 12%, take it. You're not guaranteed a full recovery. So now, if you're red, the mindset should be, okay, I'll take the bounce to get out of trouble for less loss. Try it here. No. 540, maybe. Again, it depends on how much pain can one take. Let me see what this says. Hold on. September bottom. September bottom bounce may come. Whoop. We will sell the rally to go to the lows of 515-ish. This is a September bounce area right there. These guys have just let the spigots go here. That's the mega caps. So we are going to probably trip a circuit breaker today if we don't slow down. 7%. I would love to hear people talking about new all-time highs after today. I would love to hear that. Let's see who's brave enough to say it. I made bank on the IWM and QQQ bearish plays. High five yourself. Thanks for doing it in private. Can I update on the IWM steady decline? Deborah, it's about levels. I wish the IWM spiked so I can short more. It didn't, so it is what it is. Levels on the IWM. So the IWM has fallen more than 20% from the highs. We checked that yesterday. So this is a weekly chart on the IWM. Okay, so this red W is a harmonic. It hit targets 1 and 2. Target 3 is somewhere around 180 to 175. So you're falling into a support zone. If you lose 162, you open the door for calamity. Let's not go there. So it's entering a support zone. Unfortunately, the zone is pretty wide. I don't know how fast of a comment you want. You're selling rallies. If you want to get long by selling a credit put spread to balance a bearish portfolio, you can. So technically speaking, a head and shoulders, $28. You're in the target zone of this head and shoulders right there. It's got multi-shoulders, one head, a couple of shoulders here. Technically, that's the maximum loss, eyeballing it that way. Whoops, that was that was a spazzy move, this part right there. I usually say it's this much, best case scenario, worst case scenario, that much. So I would say they're in a target zone of that head and shoulders. Depends where you deem the neckline being. So starting shorts here is not obvious. Starting longs here is tradable for a swing trade if you're catching the falling knife. Depends on the portfolio. Now, somebody that has stocks shouldn't be catching falling knives. Let the knives hit the floor and then you pick them up off the floor. At this point, they're falling machetes that have giant blades and tiny, tiny handles. So you don't want to be a hero. There are so many things I can do today from a bullish perspective because there are some quality stocks hitting levels that make them a blind bargain. Like, don't look now, but NVIDIA is almost 2 digits. Yeah, Tom, cautious. Meta, not a bargain because it's a momentum trade. It goes up fast, goes down fast. Google, more of a bargain. NVIDIA, bargain. Amazon, scary, but still doable. Microsoft, good, but last night I did a little video on Twitter. There are some parts of Meta charts that scare me. I mean, not Meta, Microsoft charts that scare me. I do love the business, though. Apple, I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. I think they have a loser leader, and I think he's breaking the company, and nobody realizes it. They still give him kudos. So we just lost the 313 low on the collective of the XLs. That hasn't happened yet. I mean, the S&P lost the 313 lows a few days ago. The XL group just did that. Who was I talking to yesterday and we discussed 533 on the SPY? Somebody here asked me and we zoomed out and we said, okay, 533, something like that, 535, 532. I said 511 at first and then I said, no, let's look a little bit higher. Yeah. So the speed with which it came is the surprising part. And that's the point of headlines. They expedite what was supposed to happen. Yeah, they bring about red and green ticks. But if you were here before the close, we literally forecasted this to happen, but not at this size. We said if they pop, but not too much, they come down, but not too much. Well, they popped too much and they came down too much. I even said the VIX will spike, and it did. Again, more than I forecasted. So headlines just make things that were supposed to happen in a bigger way. Now, every once in a while, a headline does change the game. Like Elon Musk's headline yesterday, if true, I don't know what it was, but if true that he is indeed leaving the government to go back to focus on his work, that is a game changer for Tesla because Tesla is deteriorating for lack of attention, maybe. So you can argue that that actually will change the prosperity of Tesla P&L. But most of the other headlines, like if somebody says, I downgrade Tesla, that's not a headline you trade. That's a BS headline that causes a little disruption in the stock price and you take advantage of it. If somebody says, oh my gosh, people are keying Tesla cars and taking emblems off, that's a report. You also ignore that. I do. Those are the headlines that make me money. Okay, I've never heard that before, but I'll take it. If I missed the question and I didn't answer it, that's because it scrolled off the page. This is an extremely busy day. I apologize. So please restate your question. Can I do an AI pick for X? You can do an AI pick for X. An AI pick for X. For what? I don't understand. So this now becomes a problem area. We'll change it to red. The plate juggler. Oh, you want me to create one? I don't have time today, but yeah, maybe. These two are null and void. Thank you for this, Wolf. I appreciate it. Hi, Vicky. Quick question. That's a good question. I don't know the answer. So let me see if I can get you the answer. Mert, are you here? Okay, I'm going to send you a question. Can you help me answer that? %7 level 1, 13 level 2, and 20% done for the day. Wow. 20%? What the fudge? What? Whoa. That's for the indices? Oh, that's just the S&P. Good grief. Okay. Somebody told me that they're panicking in another room on Benzinga. If you're in that other room and you're panicking, ask me here, what is your panic? So we can help shed some light. Thank you. Vicky, answering you. Whopping 94% in what period in time? Like this year or what? But yeah, it just broke all-time highs. It just makes no sense, right? The VIX is spiking. The Coca-Cola thinks it's the VIX. I would love them to explain it to me. Does somebody know why? Like, what's the logic? Are they getting bought out? Did they find a new business? Maybe, yeah, we talked about that. They added the cocaine into the coca. Yeah, that is a game-changing headline. The VIX on coke. Coke is on coke. This level here in the VIX, 28.7, is from September 2021. You remember what happened in September 2021? The end of the rally. We're not in the same situation here. The end of the rally was middle of February. Or actually, end of January. Just for reference points, in fall of 2021, we had the strongest market. But back then, we had something different. We had literally trillions of dollars coming down from the government in order to reflate the economy after shutting it down. So we had a different situation. Notice what just happened. These guys, no support. Let me time them the same. Okay, so let me go to 1 minute. These are the ETFs. Let's go to 5 minutes. That's just too busy. Come on. While that happens, 5 minutes here. Never mind. Optical illusion. Settle down, dog. We're within a couple of dollars here. We're within an earshot of a target zone from losing the neckline here. So one would say this is better entry point than an exit point. Let's see, it's a better long than a short zone from a descending wedge. So on the way up, we complained about markets are too far up in a rising wedge, which inspired this kind of behavior. Now we have a sharp descending wedge, which inspires this behavior. The point is, where is a solid floor that they can do this from? Well, the problem with a fast rally is you leave no recent support. You have to go back months and months to get a relative spot. So for the algos, the fast trading machines, that matters less. Like when I put code in my charts, like the code that draws these lines that you see on my screen, these thin blue lines and red lines, I give weight to the data that is recent, and it's the percentage, the weight drops the older the data gets. So if I see a support zone that is 6 months old, I barely represent it here. I don't know why I don't have that here. So these thin lines, they're hard to see. Anyway, trust me on that one. I would not be short here at the risk of missing out. Like I would not buy a put here. Two ways you can short here. Pop, buy a put. Drop, don't buy a put, buy a put. If we drop, they're going to pop and come back down. So buy a put here or here. I wouldn't buy a put going into here. Levels to matter. 541.50. There should be a battle there, a seller there. I can move this to here. There should be an easy travel in this area. There's no volume. So if they can just come up a little bit, they can slide up to 541.50. If you bought calls here and this helps you exit. How do you feel about UVXY now? I don't understand that question. Are you asking to buy UVXY now? I wouldn't touch that thing, no. How I feel about it is I would rather trade the VIX, the VIX. The UVXY is a derivative that is, okay, so I don't trade anything that looks like this. I don't touch any chart that has an all-time high of $120 billion. Okay, that's for starters. So the UVXY is, if you were like me expecting a drop yesterday and you bought it, great, scalp it. The VIX you can buy with conviction and hold for months, and it wouldn't lose value if you buy it right, which is what we did. I would not be trading the UVXY today. If you're holding my VIX, you're up 200, 100% to 400%. And they didn't lose you a nickel. Well, you're chasing. If you're a momentum trader and you see more downside in the stock market, the UVixi will make you a lot of money. My take is that it's too unpredictable and it holds no value. So that requires you to be surgically accurate with your entries and exits. If you're lazy like me, you want trades that bring you profits without having to sweat much, let alone add extra sweat to your brow. The UVixi is extra sweat. First of all, it holds no value and it moves 3 times faster than normal. So we're like, that's a lot of work. You understand? So like I said, if overnight or over 2 days, yes, it will bring you explosive profits or you miss it completely. I would rather be a little bit more moderate with my trades, and I prefer different tickers that I can control better. I believe in my skills on charts and options. I think my skills are neutralized with something as crazy as the UVixi. I sold 5405 credit puts for this morning. Clearly red. Give it a bit or roll. Too early to give up on your trade, but it's up to you. If you roll it now, you're minimizing the pain. 5405. Yeah. I think if I roll it now or an hour from now, it'll be the same. So you can defend it by getting smaller. Do the math. You might hit the circuit breaker before it hits your price. I wonder what they do with that. If they hit the circuit breaker and then the bell rings and you have an SPX credit put spread, you win? Interesting scenario. That's an interesting scenario. I have to say, I have not lived through a circuit breaker credit put spread open. If I have, I don't remember it. By the way, the Qs just triggered a new short. That would take it. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll give you the best case scenario. The range, the overnight range, best case scenario. So 455. So $4.50 of downside. So 449.5, 449.8 on the QQQ. Don't buy puts for that. I'm just giving you potential target on the loss of support. The RTY in complete calamity. Who was here 2 days ago? Clymer and I were talking, and I said, the RTY, that's the small caps, the IWM, so to speak, fired off a short that points down so low that I couldn't see how far it goes. I said 180 on the IWM, maybe 170. Remember that day? Maybe it was yesterday. And then within minutes, the IWM flipped bullish and had that mega spike to 2093. No, a little bit lower earlier in the day. And then we said, whoa, we went from a super short to a super big breakout. You guys remember that? Well, we're now tracing out that target that flashed when Clymer and I were talking. So the spikes yesterday were disruptive, but we're ending up doing what was tracing out under normal conditions. It's crazy. It's very painful to somebody who's not prepared. It's painful to most people because most people own stocks and today they're red. So what do I not do today? I don't panic. If I bought a position as an investment, today is nothing. Is a day I don't add to that position. I don't panic out of the position. If it was an investment, let's say I bought some shares in Nvidia and now I'm down 15%. If some shares were not a full-size position, and it should have been, we've been preaching that. Not a time to invest, time to trade. The investment comes later. Well, investment starts now in Nvidia. You can start to invest. You shouldn't add to your investment. I still think we go to 543 today. We'll see if it happens. Go sprint up, fake out. Yeah, that never prevailed. Next week, Wolf, when they announce the QE. You know they're going to be crying QE. You know that. And we're going to be saying, what do you mean, QE? We're still fighting inflation. If you're in calls, use these bursts to exit out of calls. That's why I told you I wouldn't be short. I knew that with confidence. I would not be short at the risk of missing out. All right, that's halfway to 543. If this brought you profits, people see downside targets that are lower on a higher time frame. I haven't verified, but I trust their skills. If you trust their skills too, you scalp your wins. This is a level that should be a problem. If not, 542.50 should be a problem. If not, that white dash line must be a problem. So hopefully you were not. Luis, your credit put spread is a lot cheaper now. If you took 10, take 2 off the table. You probably took 7. Take 2 off the table. If it's cheap enough, buy a put instead. I don't know how, I can't imagine they're cheap. The VIX is pretty high. By the way, folks, especially the new people, if you don't know what the VIX is actually the mathematical representation of the price options, the price of options in the S&P only, and a month out, not now. I did not hit the buy button. Okay, good, Luis. Nice work. Yeah. Avoid the drama. Nice. Okay. So I need to write something up for people out there. Like I don't want to just sit on my hands. I can literally, so I don't have time to type, so I'll voice it into my phone. No, that would be stupid. Okay. I'm typing up a note that I'll share with you. That's why I'm quiet. If you have questions, I can multitask. Go ahead and ask. I'm telling people what I would do today. 1, I would lock some profits and some wins. 2, I would initiate, if I'm not already long, some longs in some stocks that are reasonably priced, like Amazon. I wouldn't buy calls. I prefer sell puts into fear. Okay, so open trade will be sell to open. buy to open. $300. I'm trying to give ideas that don't take much to implement. So this is a write-up of sorts. This is a write-up of sorts. So if I were to send a note out to somebody that's not here, this is the worst day of the year, but it's not about the headlines. This is price path. This price path was our forecast. It simply came fast and furious. So what do I do? That's basically what they want to know. What the hell do I do now? I sell puts into fear or put spreads into fear, but only in great stocks that are near support. So you can pick the top 6 stocks in NASDAQ blindly. I could do it on any of those stocks. I would prefer to sell them in single stocks because I know the value. Like I said, tangible value of NVIDIA, $20 lower. I can't tell you $200 lower on the SPY if it's a great deal or not. There's too much other stuff in the SPY. Like I can say the same thing about any of the top stocks, tech stocks. Those are the guys leading us. Those are the guys that are exploding in revenues and profitability and cash flow and asset, blah, 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 blah. They have no hair of their own, as they say. There's no nasty story on any of them in any which way or form except for Apple leadership, and that's it. If you bought calls on my word earlier, you have greens now. Please exit. If you're just barely red, consider exiting too. I think we're going to 543, 543.10. 543.10 might be the target of this rally, but so that yellow line you see in there, but that's pretty darn close in a pretty bad day. So don't overstay your welcome in winning trades. If you sold the put spread and you're slightly green and you're worried about the rest of the day, make it smaller. If you cannot babysit your trade for the rest of the day, exit completely. Okay. This is not for the faint of heart. And please, for Pete's sake, don't leave trades open overnight if they're ETFs that expire today. Indices, fine. The bell rings, bet is over. SPY, QQQ, you learned the hard way. They assigned a ton of people miles away from the close after the bell rang. That is devastating to somebody's portfolio. Okay. What were we talking about? Okay, so this is the write-up I'm going to send out. So I can repeat this Amazon setup on any of the top 7 stocks at least, and a bunch of them. Like if I looked at Micron, which a stock I don't usually like, MU, but it is a leader in its industry. Ooh, I don't like it. MU is going lower. So let me rephrase on MU. If it doesn't bounce back to 92, it's probably going to 65 or lower. So with MU, I would be hesitant a little bit, but still tradable. Like if I sell a put to own shares out in time, I'll check MU in a minute. Let me send out this write up so we would have something to say to people. And let's see here. Let me double check that I wrote it right. Sell to open 125 put, buy to open 120 put, 60 credit. Sell to open 120 put for a $3 credit. Okay, I wrote it up right. Give me a minute. It'll take me a few minutes, like 5 minutes, to propagate this through all the readerships that we have. Good afternoon, team. Perfect. Where them fans at? That's an inside joke, folks. I told you I've met a lot of people in here. Yes, that's one of those jokes. All right, I'm back with you. So in real life here, this should be a support zone. Starting, the buyer should not let go of this line easily. If they do, maybe down to here. Any lower than this green bar, that means their intentions are bad. Now, if you're just buying calls here, you're doing the right thing for this. Okay, so that's your thesis. That is a solid thesis. Now, if you shorted here, like Corey, who sees more downside on the 1 hour, you're also acting right. I favor the stabilization here, or the attempt to. Let's see what these guys do. And let's see what these guys do. These two are about half of this. Okay, so these are the ingredients that are fueling or not fueling this one. All right, and let's put an eye on Coke. I might want to buy one extra, put in Coke. You know any good dealers? What? Oh, wait, I'm not losing money? I'll buy one. What the hell? Snowstorm. That's funny. Okay. So you understand what I just said here? I favor the upside scenario to finish my 543.10 target. Maybe even finish the target all the way up there at 544.60. 544.60. There's still a target up there that has been delayed quite a bit. Okay. I favor this scenario over the other scenario. Maybe both happen. Maybe we tag the red one, then the orange one, and then we come back down and make a new low on the day. We don't know. This is an unpredictable market. I closed a lot of VIX today. I will re-engage on a dip. I did not need the protection. I was shorting the markets. I'm not closing my shorts in Berkshire. I'm still green. Whenever I'm green in a position that's short, I don't back out unless I see a change in behavior. I'm not backing down from my long positions either. We're long Kava. We're long ARM. We're long AMD. No, Amazon as of today. We're long Google, HIMS. We're short McDonald's. We're short Coke. We're short 3M. We're long Microsoft. How are we doing on that? Fine. We're long NVIDIA. We're doing fine. I would be long NVIDIA if I'm not. I would take longs in NVIDIA if I'm not today. Oh, there's one more group I need to give positions to. Ultimate. When did I do Amazon last? Amazon. October. Perfect. I may have to write up another trade for another group for today. Like, I literally can do whatever I just did with Amazon with any of them, and not necessarily for December. I can do it for next week, next month. It depends on how active I'd like to be. Worth a lead position on what? NVIDIA, I would go long. I would sell puts to buy a call spread. So a synthetic long, as they say. You know, you can do that, right? You can take a long without any money out of pocket. I sell puts to commit to buying it lower. I use the money from collecting the puts and buy a call diagonal. I'm long with no money out of pocket. Okay. If you can buy a call, you can sell a covered call. So you can't sell the put spread. Why not open an account that would allow you to do that? Okay, so we met target 1, 542.6. 543.1 was the upper side of that target. About $83 XL. Okay, so XLP puts, the other day I looked at the ingredients of the XLP and I said, no, I am short calls in the XLP and I'm fine with that. I prefer to buy the puts in stocks that are overly extended like Coca-Cola. XLP isn't. So if I remember correctly, the makeup of the chart of the XLP is not far extended. Oh, no, it is. When we looked at it, it wasn't. Look at as to what ingredients are in there before you commit to it. Make sure you're shorting the right tick. What do I think? Oh, Gordon, the other day I said sell a put in NVIDIA. Anything below $80 on a put is a blind long for me on NVIDIA. The only reason why NVIDIA would collapse from these levels, whereas Microsoft shouldn't, is like NVIDIA has been on a rocket ship ride with regards to sales growth. So the price growth is justified. I'm afraid of the price to sales metric. It's a good deal now. Palantir isn't. It is a good deal now. So the price to sales tells you how fast the stock price is rising compared to the growth of the sales per share. It's a good metric for hyper growth companies. That's the only way we can say, okay, it's worth it. You don't use PE. If they come out and say, good Lord, we've been growing 40% for so long, we're going to slow down to like 28. You'll get a genius on Wall Street that says, oh, you got to sell it. It's under 30% growth. You can't touch it. They've said that about Amazon, and Amazon would lose 30, 40% every year because some genius will come out and say, oh, it's overbought. Margins of this and margins of that. So that's the risk on a hyper growth company. If the story starts to change, it doesn't have to change. If somebody says it's going to change, they'll price out the premium that they gave it for 6 months or 2 years. Doesn't matter. So that's why I prefer Microsoft, because Microsoft has been doing what it's doing forever. It hasn't had a recent major change like NVIDIA does. 2023, August 2023 was a game changer report. I think August, September. Microsoft, no, it's been like this forever. So there's less of a headline risk from that perspective. You see how they're behaving relative to the lines we draw? So that's good news. So the panic is out of the stock market right now. Now they're trading based on, fair value gaps and harmonics, support and resistance lines. So if you see this orange box, folks, that I have here on the left, look how wide it is. This is our playground for today. This is the next opening range. Now, for the rest of the day, if we lose one side or the other, we accelerate in that direction. In this case, I can't see us going above that, but if we make a lower low, we might go to 537, 536. Corey told us on the 1 hour chart, there might be risk down there. So I trust his skills to where I keep that in the back of my head. For now, the 2 green lines are a support zone. I buy calls as we approach them to see if I can swing up to the orange line. Okay? There is a descending wedge that points to the orange line. If you're holding runner calls for that, okay, but you need to scalp because I still respect the swing trade lower. Whew. Busy day, but we're kicking ass and taking names. That's what we're doing in here. Excuse my French. Options delta more reliable. Okay, Deb is asking, let's look at the options, see if we can get some clues. Fair enough request. Okay, so SPX is, if I'm reading the options table right now, plus or minus $70 around current price. That's as much as I can see. 54.50 means something. 54.05 means something, and 54.95. So that's the playground. So plus or minus $40 from current price. That should be the bumpers. So if I have a credit put spread sold below 5,400, I can breathe a sigh of relief, manage it accordingly, like I just helped Luis manage his. On the SPY, it's a little messier. And on the XSP says 546 and a half, and $2 higher would be better. $2 higher would be better. That's my guess. That's the clearest. So we are at 542 and a half, 544 and a half. Wait, guess what? The orange line. The options say the orange line should come. I haven't even opened Tradieticks. I can do that right now. Tradieticks gives me that same information from their own data. This information I just gave you from my own data. Holy moly. So today there was a transaction for May worth $13 million at 550. Let's go see what that's all about first. SPY, May 16th, 550. $12 million. What was it? $13,000. 13,000 puts sold at 550 today. I say sold because the transaction was initiated by the seller. They're clearly been bought as well. You know, every trade has two sides. Whoa! Okay, this week there's a lot of movements in the SPY. A lot. 550 sold puts. That means they expect to bounce, whoever sold those puts, to initiate the trade. Okay, back onto the task at hand, which was to check on GEX. We're checking on GEX. No information. There's no information. SPX 5365 is the highest GEX. No information. Qs 455. So the Qs are the only ones. We are where we are. So my information stands. I still vote for the orange lines. Dante, have to go to a meeting. Thanks for the day. Oh, you're welcome, Dante. Well, consider joining us, Dante. We're not that expensive. You can make that up in one day. Consider me on retainer. I'm here all day, every day for you. So is 300 other people. Tonight, don't forget, we're going to chat it up with Raghu. Raghu is a hedge fund, in case you don't know. He knows what he's doing. Let me get you a link. How old are you, Dane? Diane? I expect that from, say... No, I'm not going to say who. Oh, 62. No, I was meaning... Come on. That joke, old. That is a guarantee, yeah. I learn stuff every day. I learn stuff from you guys. I learned how to mess up an account in all different kind of ways. What? That was below the belt. You notice there's a lull. The frenetic open is calmed down. Let me show you something. The craziness of the open calmed down. I have to take another break. I need some water. I'll be right back. I'll be on mute, but hold on the fort, okay? Okay, the plan is, if you get a spike through the white line, Don't overstay your welcome. If you want to leave runners, as they say, let me define runners again. If I buy 10 calls, I can close 9, and that extra one is a runner, meaning it can go to 0 and I would still win overall. That's a runner. If I bought 2 and I close 1, that's not a runner. That's me scalping. Okay, there should be a dip here back to the red line. From where we are, there should be a dip back to the red line. Don't buy a put for it. Just so you know, that would be normal price action. Darcy, are you here? Welcome aboard. Jacqueline, thank you. Nice work, investment grade. Oh my gosh. Okay, so if you're a fan of the Wolf Wave like I am, man, they needed a couple of more dollars on the SPX lower. There's a target they missed by $2. We might revert lower to get that. If Corey is right, then those two statements work together. So I wouldn't buy a put for it, but I would definitely not overstay my welcome in winning trades. And I would definitely not leave the room if I sold the credit put spread below. So let's recap what we did today. We opened the market in a panic down. We said you can buy calls. We did two that were easy wins. The third one was a struggle, but it won. But in the meantime, in between those three, I said you can accomplish a 20% reward by selling a credit put spread below. Those are working out as well. Let me go check. They are working. So the bell hasn't rung, so they haven't won, but they are working. That's how they work. Time is how they work. If I were holding for the orange, I would book my profits. That's close enough. Who made money on this? Please give me some fuel. It's not all about caffeine. I can handle so much. Okay. Can you let's just tell me? I don't need to ask. So, I don't want to keep caffeinating myself to get the energy up. This has been okay. I need fuel. The reward that I get from this room is intangible. It's not money, it's you guys making money. You screwed my. Okay, RH is, whoa, indefensible. If I didn't dislike retail, I would dip my toe into RH, but I don't buy soda. I order it at the restaurant. I used to drink like a 2 liter a day. I don't do that anymore. Eddie thinks. So I got rid of my calls on the VIX. I would re-engage on dips, not right now. I got rid of my calls because I don't need the protection. Oh my gosh. Ooh-wee, Diane. Ooh-wee. Thoughts on NVIDIA 110 call for 411? No. Negatory. No. If you want to buy a call on NVIDIA, have the guts to buy it out in time so you can have time on your side. So put time on the clock. My voice is calming. I appreciate it. Tell that to my family. Actually, my family says, why aren't you talking? I was like, I just finished talking for 10 hours. Can I just have a quiet time? Him's credit put spread. I'm okay with that, Ryan. I'm in one, probably different time frame. I wouldn't buy a call. I would rather sell a put spread. I don't know. What does it pay? What if you're already in HIMS? Don't add. Let me tell you what I have. Mine is underwater, but I won't move it. I sold for August 23, 21, and when I wrote it up, I said I want to buy it at 23. So if it gets under fire and they assign me shares at 23, that's what I want. So tell me how much it pays, and I can answer you, so I don't have to look it up. 5509 is likely pullback level. Yeah, I literally, I said to okay. Listen, Fibonacci guy. 1, 2, 50% plus or minus a little bit. This, they call that the golden zone. It's a natural resting spot. If there's a retracement to be done, it's from here. The question is, how much of this extension do they want? Half or more? Okay, so let's measure it. I eyeballed it. Let's measure it officially. It is it. It is right there. This was 50%. It's not a Fibonacci level. This is, and so is this. So this is the 38.2 and the 61.8, or vice versa. It depends on which one you're talking about. So this is the golden zone. It's a resting spot. The easy bounce has happened. Now, what do you want as a bull? You want the drop, hold, come back, and trigger higher. $1.25. How wide is it? $4. Way too aggressive. Way too. Okay, so let me tell you how I can determine that without even looking at a chart. Divide. Okay, you tell me. This is a learning lesson for everyone. So they're asking me about a credit put spread. A credit put spread, for those of you who don't know, are I sell a put, I buy a put, I collect a credit. The width of the credit that they suggest is $4. They're collecting 1.25. So they can lose $400 if they're wrong, but they're getting paid $125. What is the maximum risk? That's the first question. Give me a number. Okay. Maximum risk is 275. Why? It's the difference between 4 and what they collect. Let's say it goes to 0, they lose 400, but they got paid 125, that's 275. So what is 125 divided by 275? Give me the percent. 0.4? Come on, someone, calculator. 0.45? So you're asking for a 45% reward. Have you ever met a 45% easy trade? This is how I gauge it. They're not idiots. Why would they pay me 45% if it was easy? So if you want less drama, collect less, which means go lower. Okay? Like 25% is not too shabby. So collect 70 maybe at most. That's the silly way of looking at it. But it's simple, plain simple logic math. It's not about charts or anything. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate you. No way. Okay, so Ray, are you in here? One of our, long time. He's a friend now. I've never met him, but he's a member for a while. So he's typing in the CEO of RH Restoration Hardware live earnings call. Looks at the stock price of the stock and goes, "Oh shit." Yeah, because pre-open it wasn't down that much the last time I checked it, and then somebody said they got stuck and it's at 140 something. It's like, what? Wow. If you know this, if you know the stock, study the results, and if it's not that crazy bad, you might want to dip your toe in it. I just don't know it. I would rather risk money on something else. Okay, lesson finished. If you're not members, sign up for a month. If you don't like it, cancel. We do good work in the sense of education. I'll teach you options over the long term, like by actually doing stuff here, not like necessarily a class. I'll tell you what an iron condor is, what an iron butterfly is. We'll trade them every day, buy calls, buy puts. Assessment of longer term swing trades and trade ideas. We discuss them. If you have a problem, triage, you jump in, you get somebody to help you out. We have 300 people contributing. We're always looking for people who can contribute. Like, I understand we have a couple of experts joining us soon. I would love to have them here. Join me tonight. I'm going to be in April in Orlando. I have 2 spots, maybe 3, maybe 5. We can jam people in that place. No, wait, that's Orlando. We can't. Maybe 3. Oh, yeah? Okay. I'll give you a link if you're interested. If you can't make it for the class, you can come in and during happy hour, say hi. The class is amazing. You'll walk away with a bunch of tools. I break up the cost into 3 payments, I believe. Yes. So I make it like having an extra car for 3 months, but it's information you'll use for the rest of your life. And the tools themselves that you take are more than the price of entry. Go ahead and sign up, please. I would love to meet you in person. We'll have dinner. We'll have breakfast and lunch for 2 days. There'll be at most 20 people. I did that right there. I'll do it again. Orlando, I've been there twice. Lovely, lovely city. Very well designed. Feels young, feels fresh for some reason. Neve. Hey, Neve. Let me answer you. No, Raghu will be pitching the information. I will be there the whole time, yes. But he's if you don't know Raghu, he's a good friend now. I met him through these events, and extremely active trader and a hedge fund manager. Trust me, the content. Anyone that has been to his events here, please nudge Neve. Anyone that's taken a futures class, the content itself is amazing, and the tools you walk away with are amazing, and the relationships are also amazing. You would not be wasting your money or time or effort. Diane, let it go. It's been done. It's stale. Deb has attended. Yes, I'll give you the recipe if you promise to join. He's a really good guy, amazing guy. We went to his house for Christmas. His lovely wife hosted. It was a heck of a time. S&P was overpriced. PE, Randy, the PE. Somebody out there can give you that number if you don't know how to calculate it. Be warned, he's a vegan. I'll be there, Neve. I won't be very busy, so we can hang out. Come on, sign up. What is the red line? It's an area of support. Short term. These are 15-second candles. Of course, it's temporary. Hey, Neve, can you see my posts direct to you here? Are you a member? I need you to sign up to one of these two, either this one or that one. Or else we're done, you and me. You and me, we're finished. This is a good battle. This is the golden zone. Those 3 thin dotted lines are Fibonacci golden zones. The yellow line is the 50% retracement of the drop, not to count whatever happened overnight. you can carry that concept to everything. So, okay, Nick, you said a golden zone on this. Now we have this. Yep, this one is somewhere around here. So this should be nice support with backup support and back up to the backup support. All these comments I'm saying here on a short-term basis, they all work out on a long-term basis. Let's go here. Okay, Amazon. Perfect. Perfect. Amazon. All right. Point A, point B. Somewhere in the middle is that golden zone right here and right here. Look what happened around it. Fail here, breakout here, testing of support, failed support test. So now when we come back to this zone, it's going to matter, right? You get it? We're talking about this extension. All right. What about this extension? Somewhere around here lies the middle golden zone. Look what happened around it. They never recovered it. Like here. Same concept. We fell from here to here, and then we rallied back. Once we hit the middle, they struggled, and then they went up. Okay. Now, how about here to here? When they dropped and then rallied. Okay, somewhere in the middle, they came back. Support. Boom. Rinse and repeat. It's the same concept. So if you get the concept on this speed, you've leveled up your game. Boom. Right. So, Al, they got stuck. I've seen this happen before. It's rare. It happened in the S&P last year. Do you remember? We rallied so fast. There were no calls above a certain level. I wanted to sell a call spread in, I forgot what period of time. I want to say November or December. There were no calls. They did not expect it. So that happens. Nobody forecasted a 40% drop. That is unusual punishment. So I call the orange bar done. If you guys listen to me down below and I said, I still think 543 comes, and then we adjusted it to be 544.6, those targets are met. This is how we do it, one level at a time. It was a little crazy in the morning. Now it's less crazy, so it's easier for us to win. Now I have to listen to Corey. Corey, can you please give me an update on your 1 hour chart? He earlier said, I see a bearish harmonic on the 1 hour that might be lower, which is entirely possible. I said, well, I'm on a 15 seconds, so maybe they both happen. Mine happens to trigger yours. So hopefully he still kept on it. Knowing him, he's pretty solid with that. 536.50. Okay. So he still sees 536.50 as possible. So you can hop on puts if you want, or sell a call spread. I'm not a fan of selling a call spread because it doesn't pay a lot. I'm a fan of trying to capture a big giant dip from here on down $7. I find that hard to believe. But timing, Corey, it might be tomorrow. I'm looking at the options. There's no obvious indication of that happening. In fact, that would bury a lot of puts in the money. So, oof. What is it? 530 what? 36. I mean, we have 103,000 transactions at 540. What are we going to do with that? I see maybe $1, maybe $2 of downside for today. Yeah, okay. From a higher level, maybe. Maybe there's going to be another headline. Right? Nobody will believe you. If we go there, nobody will believe that you saw it coming. Netflix, all right, showing strength. Is this a higher time frame or intraday? Netflix has been quiet of late. Netflix. Wow. Yeah. It not being down is strength. It being greenish is definitely strength. But So sellers definitely here. I would buy the dip for this opportunity. I don't know if so. In this case, I would prefer to sell a put spread to finance a call spread, so I'm long with no money out of pocket, so I don't get faked out. Berkshire recovered nicely. This dumb stock, I just want to punch it right in the face. This is insane. So the XLF is made up of stocks that are mostly not banks. Let me show you a visual. Where is it? This one. So check this out. Berkshire is now barely red after a collapse this morning. This is like as stable as a company as it gets. JP Morgan is JP Morgan, not a bank. And Visa and MasterCard, not banks. These are in order of large, like this is the most influential part of the XLF, not a bank. It's like 11 or 13% of the XLF. This one, a little bit less, a little bit less, a little bit less, a little bit less, a little bit less. So we've got Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman, definitely not a bank. These two are banks. Only 2 of the top 8 are banks. SPGI is the ratings agency, and Goldman, definitely not a bank. So not a bank, 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 not a bank. Look at this. This is an all-time high, by the way. Yesterday, it broke into an all-time high. I did not add to my position. I am reddish. I was greenish this morning. Now I'm maybe reddish, maybe flat. I sold a bunch of puts short term and I lost track of how many. But I have the feeling that it's reddish. So we'll go with that. I also am short calls, which are very red, but they're above current price. So as long as it doesn't take them out at 560, wherever they are, I'm fine. So I can sit on those. Okay, so we can come down to here. And it would be normal price action, the red. And you should know that we have some support here. And I'll move this one to here. So green is support. Red is a contention line. This was a reward. We got there. Look at this. Perfect. I said 544.6. I missed it by a few cents, 30 cents. Loser. That's okay. BTC holding? You say holding. I don't think so. Let me tell you what I'm looking at. They're trying to hold a zone. So yeah, holding technically right here, but they need more. They have it in them, but they need more. They need to get to the middle of the overnight session to kind of avoid a lower low tomorrow or next week on Bitcoin. So eyeballing it, because you can't talk like slivers in Bitcoin. It moves in thousands. If they recover half of the width of the range overnight, the high and the low, that would be an accomplishment. It's not on my screens. I'm speaking from other screens. But if you're looking at it, you can see it yourself. All right, so XLV. If you want to trade on the XLV, there might be a short. XLV, that's healthcare. On the 5 minutes, it's showing weakness. So let me introduce you to harmonics and point D hunts. This is a witch hunt, and especially after so a stock that goes from wherever that was. Let me see here. What was the low? 141. Okay, looks like there was a tick here. Point A, X, A, B, C. I said that last night before the market closed. If C doesn't go higher than A, C is right here. I'll put it here. If it doesn't go higher than A, they'll hunt point D. They'll come down here. And I'm going to estimate that would be somewhere around here. I'm going to make it less vulgar. Actually, even less. There. This is a potential play on the XLV. It's a 5-minute chart, so fast trade. If this rally here doesn't overtake 144.7, 145, 144.7, 145. We might end up at 141.70. So how do you play this? You sell a call spread for this week, or you buy a put for this week, or both, and you stop out if it doesn't work. This trade, I'm not going to price it. You can go price it and find out. If I buy a put, I buy it at 144. Short term, this is a short term trade. That's a 5-minute chart. This can unfold overnight. I do not sell a call spread on the market. No. If you think that Corey is right, that we're going to have a drop that's big, I think it won't happen today. So I would buy a put for tomorrow and sell a put for today. The puts for today are hotter than the ones for tomorrow. So the one for tomorrow is more expensive, but the put for today is more expensive relative to its own self. So it will die quicker. So I would do a put calendar or diagonal. A put diagonal would involve buying a put for tomorrow. If I spend $400, I'm making this number up, I don't know what it is, and selling a put for today for $200. If this takes a sweet time to come down and doesn't come down until tomorrow, this one dies in my favor. I'm left holding this short, this put, which is now more than 400, and I only paid 200 for it. That's called a diagonal. I can modify it. I can buy a put for tomorrow and pay 600, and sell a put for today and pay and collect 200. That's called a diagonal. The other one would have been a calendar, same level. Vertical, everybody knows those. I buy a put for tomorrow, I sell a put for tomorrow. That's a vertical. Diagonal, calendar. The XLV on the bottom right-hand corner, yes. This trade is conjecture on my part. The harmonics don't work that way. The harmonics are where you see that shape form and then you trade the upside. So the harmonic trade would be after the dip happens, it triggers for you, you trade this. We did this today. That's how we made money on that orange line. This is a combination of harmonics and a wolf wave, this orange line. It's witchcraft. Those of you who are new and here for the first day, you think there's no way this happens in real life. You just saw it happen. Whether it's witchcraft or not, I'll tell you my thesis on it. They now tell us, the experts on Wall Street, they tell us that most of the trading is done by machines. Let's say they're remotely close to being right. That means machines trade based on math and geometry. They don't have any other things. They don't see, oh, I feel like this and I feel like that. They look left, they get all the data, they calculate the distances, they look at harmonics and wolf waves and Elliott waves. I bet you the algo has hundreds of layers. The first one is, what are we doing? What's the mode? Buy dips, sell rallies, or chop? Okay. Then the second one, okay, now you look at, is there an extension? Are there Fibonacci levels? Is there a harmonic? Is there this? Is there that? Is there this? Are there stops? Are there orders? They look at orders. Go to Discord and look at my order book streaming. You can literally see the orders waiting to transact. Don't ever put stop orders. You're telling your opponent what you're doing next. Your opponent is the person taking your order. So they play out because they're self-fulfilling prophecies. Can you get a recording of this? Today, yes. Yep, Diane. But if you're a member, and I think you are, you can get this every day. We do this every day. I repeat the same stuff every day. That's why we have a strong room. That's why Ryan can post his entries and exits with confidence. Corey as well, Wolf as well, Andrew, Linda. Where's Linda today? A bunch of people in here. Gint, share more, please. You're pretty good. Tom is busy playing chess right now. Oh, she's scalping away. So Linda usually posts all of her trades, but today's action was pretty fast and furious. So I think she had her hands full. She trades for beer. No, that's good. I understand, Linda. I understand. Your priority is to your account, no doubt. I did say it before you did. I'm amped up. Would I have a chance to look at my question on the XLV? Okay, I missed it. Credit call spread, I'm looking at 149 delta. Delta 10 is fine if it pays enough. Why don't we, you know what? Why don't you keep it simple and give it some rope today since these guys are still rallying? And as it approaches 144.5, 144.6, buy a put and stop out if it doesn't work. Keep it simple. I don't have high confidence in this after a drubbing, but XLV is not down a lot today, which is pretty good. Oh, you did? What did you do, Darwin? What did you do? You bought a put? Yeah, don't forget to stop out if it doesn't work. And the stop out is I don't want you to put a stop out automatic. I want you to track it. So I usually decide multiple ways. Let's say I spend $300. I say I won't let myself lose more than 70 or 60. Pick a number you're comfortable with that's appropriate to your risk appetite. Another way is like I won't let it go more than X% red. Or if it goes above this line or below this line, that means my thesis is broken and I get out. So the decision making process has multiple layers. Layer one is the reason. Like if my C is above A, my reason is broken, I'm out, win or lose. Okay, on this chart that I drew. If it makes a higher high today, my thesis is broken. If this one goes above this one, my thesis is broken. So that's one. And the other point, if this is not broken and I still like the trade, I go to the second point of contention, which is how much have I lost? Have I hit my stop loss, my exit point, or stop gains? Have I made enough money? You need an exit strategy on good things too. And then three, the put I bought, if I bought a put, is it still viable? The call I sold, if I sold a call, is it still viable? On the sold calls, if the delta is still less than 0.3, the sold call, I'm okay. On the bought put, if the delta below 0.3, below 0.25, now I'm really hoping for a drop. I don't like that position. So those things have to be written down when you take the trade. So this red thing on my screen is not a W. This is a W inside of an N. So we have an A, B, C, D harmonic, which are not my favorite. So I would let it go. But it's saying that we could drop to 543.50. It's fine. Don't buy a put for it. But if you're holding a call, you might suffer a dip towards this line right here. Actually, a blend of these two. So I'll put it here. It's not that obvious. Like I would not play this with a put. Whew. All right, next. If you want to sign up and you're not a member, try it out for a month. And if you don't like it, you can cancel after a month. If you're a jerk, don't bother. We have a great group of people. We don't need jerks. Darcy, I saw you. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. So let me ask you. Oh, you love it? Amazing. So don't be shy about sending emails. This is my email right here. I prefer you not send an email because I give you my day, so it's easier to talk here. Oh, thank you, Seema. You're in shop? What? Oh, shop. Yes. Let me get the lay of the land first, okay? Oof. Okay, so on a higher time frame, it's looking for a place to bounce, either from here or from lower. I don't trust this anymore as much as I did before. So that's the lay of the land. The bears, head and shoulder ish pattern, 14, 15, more downside. You're looking for short term, I guess. Between here and 82.5, there should be a floor. Let me switch to a different window that you guys can't see. Give me a minute. Yeah, they're hunting 82.50, but you do have some parabolic SAR coming in under here, so they might bottom out here at 83. So sellers at 83.9. I think the target they're seeking is this one. There's a open gap to 82.6. So if I were to perfectly time an entry, is 82.6. I think they're hunting 82.6. What did? Nice, Vicky. Nice. I like how you use. Wow, that is a tight stop. Nice work. Oh my gosh, Seema, that's amazing. Okay. Also, if you want general help email, we have. Notice these are .nets. I've been lazy. I haven't opened a new server. We have the .com domain, but I've been lazy. Migration of email is a pain in the fanny. Okay, I just wanted. Thank you for all the guidance. Oh, Deb. Oh my gosh. That's the fuel I'm asking for. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. So, who needs caffeine when you have comments like this from people? I don't need caffeine. Oh, I spelled it wrong? Okay. Thank you. No, there's definitely resistance everywhere. There's harmonics too. So on the way down, I said we have descending wedges that inspire this. You remember that? Well, we have now an ascending wedge, any which way you slice it, that inspires this at some point, which basically this letter N. So this letter N is X, A, B, sorry, A, B, C, D. Normally it's X, A, B, C, D. This is A, B, C, D. There's still a harmonic. I bet you they have one of these in here. This one. Let's see. I've never used one of these. So say A, B, C, D. It's the same concept. I wouldn't buy a put for it unless you're trading an extension. So, well, at this point, actually, you could, but we're down so much that even if they just recover 1/3 of it, that's like 0.8%. That's an eternity. Calls? Okay, thanks. Did they hit that level I mentioned? No. All right, just be careful. There's a seller hiding where I told you. It looks like they passed it. Did I say 83.9? They may have passed it. Yeah. The next seller is at 84.25. 84.25. From the candles. Those are candle comments in XLV, whatever. That's okay. Vent. I got you. McDonald's. The XLP is super green. The XLP is super green. Um, I'm like confused. So the only way to explain this, the hiding in the XLP stuff, is that they think that okay, they'll buy a stock, and when the market recovers, because they believe it's going to recover and make a higher high, everything makes a higher high. I just don't get it. It's very bizarre. Weird. Berkshire is green today, right? And I'm making money. My P&L is green on Berkshire today. That's mathematically not right. That means the only way I can explain it is that they are taking prices out of the calls that I sold, because the puts cannot be greener. The implied volatility is not that crazy. The sold calls are way out in time, more than the puts that I own. So that would be a logical explanation. So I'm okay holding that trade for another couple of days before I have to look at it. What a day. Would you advise against possible levels of the SPY puts for tomorrow on Monday expiration? Would you advise again on possible levels to try SPY puts? When you say try SPY puts, you want to short the market, to buy puts, or sell put spreads? Please let me know. Tesla doing a little something. Tesla just hit a target. If they're seesawing inside of a descending wedge, the next trade should be down to 260 or 258. But let me give you the levels on Tesla. On any given day, looking back 30 days and watching the range for the last 30 days, 279 is typical today, or 258 is also typical for today. So if it goes to 258, that's what it does every day. If it goes to 279, that's what it does every day. The two lines above that, 252 and 286. No joke, those are the lines. That is data. Okay. I need a minute. such an idiot. Click, 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 click. I pass what I want. Why isn't it active? Hmm. I'm here. I'm not just not saying anything. Well, give me a minute. I need to do something. Okay. So the support held. We had a dip. The support held. Ooh. Philip Morris. Yeah, I'm already short too many things that look like Philip Morris. I'm not gonna do that. Tesla doing a little something. I know you don't know the RS. However, can you please check the chart? The chart is in its okay. Let's check the chart. It's broken. Okay, so the only thing I can tell you is that it's falling into the pandemic levels. So just like Nike, there's no floor. It's just a zone. So if I'm long the stock, I'm not panicking out of it if I'm not out of it yet. I know your situation. So that you're stuck in it. So the decision is, do you want to be stuck with 100 shares or not? So can you take some off? Maybe you can. I Another way of doing this is to stop the bleeding is doing a stock replacement strategy. If I own 100 shares, I would book my loss and sell puts at 120, collect money and buy a call spread to recover my money. This way I don't lose money lower. So if the stock continues to fall, I'm not losing with it. I get assigned at 120 again. I would have avoided that extra loss. And if the stock rallies, I'm long. So if I can sell my shares, book the loss, sell my shares, book the loss, take the cash, use it as collateral for the sold put at 120. I'm using 120 arbitrarily. So that would avoid me losing another $28. Okay. And if the stock rallies, so not to miss out on the recovery, I buy a call spread, calendar, diagonal, and make it zero money out of pocket. So in essence, I would have replaced my long position with a synthetic long that would allow me not to lose any money until I come back down to 120. And worst case scenario, they give me shares at 120 and I would have avoided that extra. I would still be down all of this, but no more. A stock replacement strategy. I would have been out of all calls up here. Okay, they over-delivered on the calls. And the XLV is starting to get some red ticks here. These are 5-minute charts down here. I'm still looking for what is that? The behavior of Coca-Cola versus the VIX versus the stock market. We have a trio of things going on. I want to see weakness in Coke and the market. That means the VIX makes sense. Coke and the VIX cannot be both green for too long. The XLV is the XLV is a speculative trade. Like last night on the stock market, I said we should hunt point D. So I say this can play out in the XLV. Now the level of conviction is moderate. I wouldn't mind risking $100 on puts to see if I can make some money on it. If you know what you're doing, you can finance that by selling a call spread somehow. But moderate conviction, so I don't want you to load up the farm, the boat, the truck, whatever. Did I miss anything? Can we sell a credit call spread? No. Why would you sell a credit call? Never ever sell a credit call spread after the biggest drop of the year, if not the 2 years. No. No. Okay, let me tell you why. I don't chase with credit spreads because you're putting yourself at risk, right? I'll explain it in fighting terms. Hold on. I'm a fighter, you know that. But hold on. I'll explain it. I wouldn't stand in front of a bigger fighter. My coach is 400 pounds. He says 350. I don't believe him. He moves like a puma. So if I'm sparring him, there's no way I'm stepping in with a jab. I'm stepping in, put my hand in his face so I can slip off and hit his liver if I can ever reach it. But you know what I mean? If I step in to put myself at risk, I want to make the reward count. Like throw an elbow or something. Because then it will count. So in terms of credit put spreads or credit call spreads, you're stepping into danger, but your reward is limited. The best you could do is a jab to that guy's face. You're not going to knock him out, chances are. So step into where you can catch a put. So if you want a short, buy a put. You're putting yourself at risk, same amount of money, but the reward is way better. Don't chase a trend the opposite way, like a drop. Don't chase lower lows with a credit call spread. Buy a put instead. Right. People are going, what the hell? Slip off the center? What is he talking about? If you're a fan of boxing, you know what I'm talking about. That's classic. The CEO of RH. It's human nature, man. I don't blame. He's a human guy. Somebody said, I sold Amazon puts. What about Apple? You're going to hear me answer him. This guy sends me emails all the time. So let's go. I personally do not want Apple, period. The CEO. Well, I'll be nice, is breaking the company. I would prefer Google or Microsoft or NVIDIA or even Micron over Apple. They tell me they're coming out with a foldable phone. Just one Samsung is coming out with a triple foldable phone. One step behind that dude. One step behind. Microsoft has been punished so much for the couple of months. Okay, but Diane, it has been rallying so much for 6 months. So I don't mind Microsoft's starter position, but let me show you why I'm worried about Microsoft. Okay, so in a world where Microsoft on its own, I like it. Inside this market, I don't love it to add. I like it to start. So let me show you what I see in Microsoft that could cause a problem. So let me take out all my lines so I don't influence you. Okay, so nice trend, nice dip bought, dip should be bought, but it can go down to 300 and it would still be the same thing. Look at my screen. I mean, overshoots, comes back down. Use the red line and the blue line as references. Okay, those are moving averages. They come down to the red line, they struggle with it, they can lose it, they go back up there, and then they haven't lost the blue line yet. They haven't approached the blue line here yet. This is the closest time to the blue line. By the way, the SPX broke the blue line. Okay. And so now I'm afraid that Microsoft rallies are going to be met with the sellers from up here, and the market's going to be in shambles. And so it can come down to the low 300s. So if you're going long Microsoft by selling puts in the 300s or lower, I'm on board as a start. If I'm already long Microsoft, I'm already long Microsoft. In fact, I am long Microsoft, and I'll tell you what I did. I told you already. I sold June puts at 315 or modified version, a put spread, credit put spread. So I sell the June put at 315 and buy the 310 below it. The reward is about 11%. So this should be a snoozer. And I probably said, I don't remember, I probably said if I get assigned at 315, I wouldn't defend that. I would take the shares and I would sell aggressive calls if I'm an investor, or I just flip the shares. I don't mind Microsoft starting. I said I would do the same thing I did with Amazon today. I have six stocks I can do this with at least. Let me price out Micron. This is a stock I rarely go long. Where is Micron? Where is its facility? US? Idaho. Okay, I like Idaho. Okay, so Micron, I can sell an October put at 45 and collect $120, which means I break even at 43. It's at 75. Yes, that's why I was looking for Diane. So for Micron, I would sell a 50-45 credit put spread, collect $70, or a naked put. I know I said I don't sell naked puts, but at $45, I'm okay. So if I sell a naked put at 45 or 50, let's go with 45. They will give me $120. Let's see how much they require of money out of my pocket. Check this out. They will only reserve $450 out of my account at collateral. This can change, and that's the risk of selling naked puts. I don't condone selling too many naked puts. So if this, I don't own shares and I want to own 100 shares, I would sell an October $45 put. That means somebody out there is scared about their shares. They're probably long from 15. They want to be out at 45. They'll pay me $120 today to do that. So he's bullish or she's bullish. I'm bullish, but I have a lower price. And so it's not a bearish position. Both buyers and sellers of that put are bullish. If they were really bearish, they would sell their shares. They want their shares so much that they'll buy insurance. If I hated my car, I'd sell it. I wouldn't buy insurance on it just to keep it. So that trade requires $450 of collateral out of my pocket. Okay. I don't know if it's going to fill. I'll try one for you guys. It does fill. I sold the put. It locked up $450. Again, I sold it in a small account that has about $14,000. and it is locked up by PDT rules, so I cannot overtrade. In fact, I have a day trade counter 1 from the other day if I'm trading the QQQ. So I need to wait another day before I can start risking day trading. So I just sold the put for Micron and sell the open October 17th, 45 put, $120. So I am committed to, I can do one more. I'm committed to owning the shares between now and October at that price. Now, I have to tell you, Micron stock is risky. So it's not a slam dunk. So, for example, losing 84 may have $26 of downside, may up to, and that puts me like in there. But guess what? If I get to put the stock at 45, that's right there. Look at that. Look at how it works out right here. These are 2020 levels and 2022 end of correction levels. October. You can come closer and higher or out in time and lower, up to you. So I'm going to share this trade with somebody else because I owe people trade setups. So I gave these guys the ultimates. No, wait, who do I give that to? Enhanced? Amazon, yes. So I'll go to the ultimates. Micron, Jacob. So if you allow me a few minutes so I can write this up, that would be amazing. This, I have to say the same. So what do I do? As a bear, I lock profits. I can also sell some support like Amazon or sharing here for you today, Micron. October credit put spread or sold put. Ticker Micron. What is that? 5045. So what is 5045? 67. $50 buy to open. So the trade would be sell to open the 50 put, buy to open the 45 put. That's a credit put spread version. I didn't do that one version. This one pays 70 cents. Expiration 10 17. I did the following. $45 naked put. I received 1.25 in credits, thereabouts. 10. Sometimes I say I received more to press them to try for more, because by the time they get the write up, it may have dropped a little bit. So the following is what I just shared. October. You see how we're stalled? And we're struggling at a normal area. So far, the stock activity is starting to behave more like a normal day. Micron. They invested in the Singapore. All right. Oh well. Pratik, did you get your answer? I think I gave it to you. Sorry. Oh, thank you. Mm. 1 second. I need to hit 3 buttons to send it out to people that are not lucky enough to be here. The membership needs to be serviced, you know. Some people cannot be here, believe it or not. You guys are lucky to be here. I guess I'm lucky to have you here, but there are some people that are not here. So you've known me to be pretty bearish of late, right? Like I'm the guy that says, "Oh no, no bottom, blah blah blah." What do I do consistently on bad days? Fix things, yes, but no, I sell puts and credit put spreads. Yes, I sell into the fear. I said that before the market opens. Close winners, scalp winners, add long, go against the grain if you see something. Yeah, so I don't see a lot of things. I like Nvidia, but I already get engaged with Nvidia. I like Amazon not as much. It was one of your ideas, so I Micron. I don't love it, but it's something to do. So I have a lot of bearish positions, so I might as well balance them out. Pretty soon I will stop doing that because my portfolio is starting to get balanced out, you know? And I want to get out of these puts I bought. I don't like to buy things at all. I prefer to sell things. Coca-Cola doesn't offer me sales. Let me see if I can sell a call in Coca-Cola. Last time I checked, there was like no premium, so I haven't looked since then. Maybe today there is. Like if I go to December, there is no December. If I go to November of Coca Cola, yeah, $200 for the $80. That's like right there. I don't want that. January, you see, it seems like I'm pushing my luck with that. I have to go to 85 to January. No, there's no need. I'll buy the put and manage my losses on the put. Like I said, the vehicle of buying the put, putting myself at risk, has a lot more bang for the buck if I get it right, like before. Coca Cola paid us 4 to 8x before on its last rally. We'll see if this one pays us the same. I don't think they were the same kind of conditions. I don't remember why it rallied before. Close the credit call spreads if you've got them to release some. Like I sold some calls that worked out, like United, and then the position is still open, but it was only worth a fraction what I collected, like dollars, like $5 to close it, and it would release $1,000 in locked up margins. That's a no brainer. Pay it, even though it's a sure winner. You don't want to hold up $1,000 to make five. What else can you do with $1,000 to make more than five? I can think of like hundreds of things I can do. So I would pay the five gladly to release this margin. I told you the account is only 14,000 to mirror what an active trader with a starter account would do. Like I can't be recommending all these trades if I cannot do them in a smaller account. I want to make sure that they're doable. That's why I offered two ways of doing this Micron. Selling a naked put locks up $450. selling a credit put spread, guess what? Locks up $430. The only difference is, let's say Micron one day, implied volatility explodes higher. The credit put spread required margin stays the same. The maximum loss is finite. The sold put, they might say, oh, that 450, now it's 850, and I can't do anything about it. That has happened to me. It wasn't Micron. It was the biggest one that has happened to me multiple times, but the biggest one that was actually very detrimental to my year, ruined my entire year when I was getting started. It was my second year of actively trading spreads. I sold naked puts on the NDX. During the summer, we had a couple of day hiccups. There was nothing bad. I mean, the trade worked out, but I was short puts on the NDX. That bad boy is a lot. I mean, the account was sizable, but puts on the naked puts sold on the NDX is a gobbler of a margin. They tripled the margins overnight. So even though I had free margin to trade when I went to bed, and the next morning, margin called. They forced me to buy insurance. Okay, my buddy answered. What now, sir? Where's your answer? And you like December. I don't particularly like December. I'm trying to spread the risk across time. Look at your portfolio and see what open slots in time do you have and put it there. So he's asking me why December. I just told him. Okay. Asshole? No, I don't think this guy's an asshole. No, that's not him. The asshole called the other day. My buddy Ali. No, this guy follows the instructions to a T. He used to be active. He used to be in the live room, but then he opened a new business that took away all of his time. So he's doing well. His business as well. He's up the street from me here somewhere. Nice guy. All right, let me see if I can get you a target. The target on this drop is 82. Oh, wait, wrong stock. Shop 82.40. I gave you numbers on Shop. Did they play out? I have a feeling they played out. Are you still in? Are you out? Tell me. Dime. Ooh, they died almost exactly where I said they would. Where are them fans at? Okay, so we're back inside the, quote, golden zone. The red line is the lower edge of it. That thin dotted line is the golden zone. Limit, that's the 38.2. 61.8. 38.2. Fibonacci, 61.8. And that's the middle. So this whole thing is a magnet. Options, data. The magnet came to fruition, right? I told you earlier. Right now, I don't have any clues. Anything lower is a struggle. Anything higher can happen, but I don't know why it would. There's no upside pressure. We're close to a place where if we can go up to 545, I wouldn't be surprised again if we go up to 545, but there's no need to go there. On the QQQ, I don't think there's a lower low easily. There's a lot of support from the puts. There is a lot of money transacting at 450, so you got to pay attention. Plus the harmonic on the higher time frame from Corey about 2 hours ago. You got to keep that in the back of your mind. And all they need is a bounce inside that circle, and they draw a head and shoulders that will retest 540.5. So if you want to buy a put here, be my guest. Anything above 544, for this opportunity. That's a trade. Let me put it in ink. If you want to buy a put on this rally into this area of resistance, it might give you this opportunity. And if this comes, this might come as well. I guess I drew it badly. If this comes, then it might repeat itself for a second time. So we won't trade the red one, the yellow one. We'll trade the orange one. Get a put. And it would look like this. Put. You decide how much pain you want to take. You decide what your reward is. $53.90, $55 for today. Lucy? SPY is good. SPX is good. Whatever you can afford. 53.90, pays 55. That is reasonable. But you should know that I'm forecasting lower prices, so you better stay here for the rest of the session, okay? I don't know that answer, sorry. So the reason why I say they could do the yellow as well, the yellow is probably too deep. But it's because if they do the orange, they would trigger a head and shoulders. Can you see it? If you can't, I'll show you a visual of it. We might have one here somewhere. And they're in the process of drawing a shoulder. The head and shoulders is nothing you can trade. It doesn't say buy a put. It says if we trigger, that's how far we can go. So people mistakenly say, see a head and shoulders, they buy a put. Nope. We're buying a put, but because we know that it's going to bounce. We're buying a put because we know that there's a harmonic that points lower. That's why we think a put could work. Not because there's a head and shoulders. Let me see if I can get us more information. The 15 and 30-second charts say that there's a bounce coming. That's why I drew it. The 5-minute chart says we go to 541. So this is a solid setup. Buy a put on the spike if it comes, or buy a put and take some pain for the opportunity of 541. 541 should come. I'll keep us updated. If you're following my chart, hey, if you're following my chart, I have buy sell tool that I will share with the people that I meet in April, and it is, come on, yes, this one. How do I access them when they don't? They want me to expand it. Fine. Okay, it said buy a put earlier. That's a 5-minute chart. You see it? It says buy call, buy put. It works well. And if you don't know how to scalp, it helps you scalp. Let's see how it works out. Going back to the XLV. Those who bought XLV puts on my mark, it's starting to work. Don't start celebrating. 2 things you can do. If you made the trade too big, you didn't listen. But if you did, you might want to scalp. So if you make 15 to 25% and you want to call it a day, why not? We can repeat this tomorrow. This tool is for TradingView. I have one for Thinkorswim. The Thinkorswim tool would look like this. Very close. Yeah, it's very similar. It's even cleaner on Thinkorswim. I listed this for retail for $1 million. To you, it's free. 1 million. The ROI on $1 million is 6,700 days. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Holy moly. All right, we can't celebrate yet. Oh, yeah? So you're saying that there's no other benefit from the event. You're quantifying the event at 0. Knowledge is invaluable, my friend. Freddie, I know you. You can email me your username on TradingView. You've attended like 4 events, so. Yes. The next charting event is let me do the math. We are what? April, May, June. Enlighten you. Yes. What can I do? Did you sign up? I'm not answering questions unless you sign up. I'm kidding. What do you need? Let me see if you signed up. You said you're in. Are you one of those people? You haven't signed up. No soup for you. Oh, okay. What is your question? On the West Coast. The last one we did, Key, was in Vegas. So maybe fall event. Really, you can't fly to the East Coast? I mean, I live on the West Coast. Events pay dividends. Yes, Zach. CDC. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, Al, I remember. Thank you, sir. The charting is the most fun, and it's become like so good. Renko charts. Way to go. I love Renko charts. Sorry to hear that, Freddie. My schedule permits. I'll come. No, I know, Freddie. I know. Send me that email. I'm in the military, so if it's on the West Coast, it's easier to get to. So are you in Pendleton? Or Moffett? Where is the next charting event? Where? I don't know. Washington. Leslie, email me, please, please. I can't do it right now. Orlando was fun. Last time we went it was real fun. We went to Johnny's Tacos. I think it was called Johnny's Tacos. Tom recommended it. We went maybe 25 people. Big giant table. 2 tables. And the place was busy, hopping. They did well. They're good on service. The food was good. Not outrageous, but it was good. The company was great. They do have planes. They do fly too. I can't wait to fly on a battery-powered plane. Not. Yes, I do have that option for you, Diane. I said I carry it for you for 3 of them. But you will also get tools on Thinkorswim. Yeah, just choose 3 payments. I don't care. I just want you in there. I said it's like having a car, extra car for 3 months. But then you have information that you can use for the rest of your life. Yeah, I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I can get on an electric plane. I'm an engineer, and I know what I know, and I just that would not be a thing I want. Especially not before they have solid state batteries, which they don't have them for cars. Therefore, they definitely don't have them for planes. I'm guessing. Okay, so Coca-Cola is sliding a little bit, and no, not a lot of green ticks on the market. I'm gonna take this. No, it's still in play. I thought this was old. Still seeing 541. Yes. We knew there was going to be a bounce. We just hit target one of target two. Target two is somewhere around 545. That's why I said wait for the bounce. Like if I don't have the put, I'd buy it here. This is like as close to perfect as you can. I drew it in orange. I drew the path in orange. So they did my orange hump, right? And let's see if they lose the red line to finish the orange line. They did it once and they're doing it again. Do you understand what I just said? If you don't, I can explain it some more. We have a lot of new people. Oh yeah? Let me tell you. What do you mean? I don't have an email. Oh yeah. You just click on 3 payments, the window will change. Follow the instructions there. So let me explain what I just said. I recognized a higher time frame rising wedge that targets 541. That's what I recognized. But I also recognize a shorter time frame, this green M that says we can go to here or here in the meantime. So I said, let's see if they bounce in orange. And if they're not able to hold this red line, they'll finish the orange line. That's what I said. That's why I drew this orange squiggly. I said somewhere inside of here, there's a seller. And if they finish the orange line, they will tend to do another one. I put that in yellow in order to finish the target of this then triggered head and shoulders. So now I have a rising wedge and a head and shoulders that have the same time target. All I need is a trigger. Yes, you are. I think so. There you are. Sweet. Anointed new member. I'll see you every day then until you get sick of me. Sell off, Laurel. We're looking for 541 as part of a Wolf wave target. Nick, where is the 6 hour thing I mentioned? Every 6 hours, I get kicked out of the platform. So in about half an hour, I will be kicked out of the platform. You're going to lose my screen. I will log back in within 30 seconds. Oh, 6 o'clock. I'm going to chat with Raghu, and you guys can join us. I'm going to ask him a few questions about what he's doing this quarter, what to look for, what not to do, where. On YouTube, let me give you the link. You're welcome to join us. Mm-hmm. 6 o'clock Eastern. Yes. I want you to get to know Raghu a little bit so you can get more comfortable with the idea of what he says is actually valid. I haven't known him super long in terms of years, but I've known him for enough years to know the caliber of trader he is and his knowledge levels. And I think it's worth it for you to get to know him a little better if you like revenge trading. RH. I would not revenge trade RH. Sometimes the ticker beats you and you walk away. I've said that many times. I have no interest in RH. So, but if I were in it, I would just manage my risk. No, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I don't trade options. I don't trade earnings for that reason. I feel like this is my spirit on earnings. Again, I lose my edge over headlines, right? Earnings is the mother of all headlines. If I wanted to make $500, I'm very confident I can make $500 after the earnings event. If I traded before the event, short term is 50-50. I don't know what they're going to say. And I don't know what people are going to do with that information. I'll give you an example. I've seen reports from NVIDIA that will blow people's minds. Beat, raise, beat, raise, and the stock drops 3 or 4%. I've seen reports where the company shrinks 40% and the stock soars 30% or more. GE. So what people do with the information is not always black and white. Oh, I'm going to go long because I think they're going to beat. Okay, you think wrong. You're guessing. I would rather bet after the fact. Like I am confident I can make $500 off of RH now. I would not have been confident to do the same before the market opened, before they reported. I didn't look at the options. I would have been able to tell you if anything was priced in or not. Sometimes the options give clues, RH did not. Any expert that is selling a membership that gives you a solid earnings trade with conviction, you should doubt that expert. I would say it to their face. You know how you can have mathematical proof of what I'm saying. Here's the mathematical proof to what I'm saying. I cannot remember the last time any of the top 6 companies in the NASDAQ provided a bad report. Not one. So if you look back years, And all the reports were good, strong. Record this, record that. Why aren't all the reactions up? Why is it 50-50? Right there is mathematical proof that it's not about the quality of the report. If it was, there'd be all up reactions. There'd be no red reactions on earnings. That means everybody buys calls before the earnings report. Everybody sells their calls the next day and they make money. It is not about that. It's about whatever the expectations are and how disappointed they are.
There are 303 participants in the conference.
Okay, we're back. See? Right on cue. All right. Look at this. Are we going to get the orange line? Drum roll. Do we need to do cowbell today? More cowbells. 117,000 put transacted at 540. That's the highest put for today. 117,000 transactions. That doesn't mean they bought them. 117,000 times that put is transacted today. Drum roll. We're down about 1,000 points in NQ in 24 hours. Where there'll be a recovery today. I don't know, Erwin. Tell me, I literally have drawn lines on the charts where I think the price is going for the next 15 minutes. Tell me, why do you ask? Tell me the type of trade you're trying to manage so I can better answer your question. Can you rephrase your question? Can you say, like, I have calls on, I sold puts on, I'm wondering if I should buy some? Tell me something. So, can we recover? The answer is always yes, we can. Okay. I can zoom out and see if I can get you a chart statement on the Qs. I should tell you that I am more confident in the Qs bottom than it is the SPY bottom, because the Qs don't have banks in them or XLP. So all the froth in the stock market that remains is inside those two tickers, XLP and XLF. If the stock market needs to drop another 10%, the XLP and the XLF have a mile to go. They're still rallying and breaking highs. So that's my statement. If you're trying to catch the falling knife via the QQQ, I think that's the smarter thing. That's why today I sold puts in QQQ companies. So you need to tell me what you want. Can you hear me, Erwin? Is this Erwin from Canada? From a while back? They do not want to lose that red line. You see how allergic they are? You see how they rejected the orange line and they're rejecting the orange line again down below? Is this thing on? Tip, 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 tip. Is audio working? Okay. I'm wondering if Erwin can hear me. Bueller? An annoying beep. That's the voices in your head, Sebastian. Every once in every once in a while, somebody suffers a beep, but since it's not unanimous, it must be on your end. Okay, so hedging with puts is okay. Hedging with puts on the worst day of the year is expensive. So let me tell you this, I wouldn't buy puts today. I would use any bounces to buy the puts. I don't want you not to buy insurance, but it's expensive today. So I don't know what kind of portfolio you have. I'll give you an example. If I'm long Apple and Google and Amazon, I'm not panicking today. I'm making it a to-do list to protect them on bounces. I would sell covered calls if I'm able. Oh, we have two Sebastien. Is either of you a Sebastian Bach? Can you sing? 18 and life to go. Are you guys impressed? I mean, what are we talking about here? Cowbells for everyone. Is this not like mind-blowing stuff? The orange path popped, died on this line. I don't like this color. Traced it, lost it, boom, check. Let's see if they do the second one. If you made money on that put, you can close it or lock it in. If you did 10, close most of them. Leave the rest for giggles. Let's put a happy face in here. One of those. Okay. So the question about buying puts today, I mean, it's never wrong to buy insurance, but it's just going to be expensive. How about you do half of it? Just do something to get it out of your system. I'm answering the question of somebody that wants to protect their portfolio. So I'm watching for Coca-Cola. If there are no green ticks in Coca-Cola, then this market is going lower, and Corey was right. So watch this green thing that just showed up on my screen. There's a bounce in it coming, and it's going to try to stop at 543.50. So this yellow thing is probably going to play out. I'm just going to snug it over to here a little bit. This way. And this one, you see how we did this? I said we enter a put here, we exit if it's above here. If not, we take profits here. Look at this, to the penny. And as soon as we hit this level, a harmonic came up, which is bullish for saying, okay, yeah, we may bounce here. So this market is now acting very well. This head and shoulders is now different. Now becomes, okay, maybe we're looking at 539. Corey is right. It looks like it wants 539. I don't have that on my time frame. There is a bounce coming. Let's see if it yields the yellow path. And it's probably not going to stop at 541. So now we are selling rallies. Let's do Tom's favorite thing, copy paste. Nope. I picked the wrong one. This is what has been happening for the last hour. Let's see if it happens again. I just copied and pasted. You saw that? Okay. The XLV trade should be green. Somebody was frustrated. Swanik? There you are. Weren't you frustrated with this? Wasn't it you? Somebody was frustrated with this. They said they bought puts and it went the wrong way. Deb, are you in already or not? This is like a 2-day trade at the risk of going overnight short. Okay, don't wait for the D. Make sure you trade. We're here to make money, not all the money. Let me update you on this trade. A really important nuance point, okay? You need to lose this yellow line in order for you to accelerate. Otherwise, this is the target. They will defend this yellow line very well. If they lose it, then you can probably get 142.50 out of it. But that yellow line on the bottom right-hand corner on the XLV short that I mentioned about half an hour ago will be well defended. It's actually a little bit higher. And these are comments on any chart, any day. I don't care. After the morning madness, the market went back to trading normally. If you had a great day and you hit your targets, mm, I don't know. Uh, Up to you. Up to you. Let me go on Twitter and post that. Do you mind if I post your name on it? Busy day. If I missed your question, it's because it scrolled off my page. So we're trading fast, but everything I'm saying here on these charts, everything applies to any time frame. Weeklies, slow pokes, 3 days, 3 months, 3 years, the same concept plays out at a higher time frame. Okay, so having said that, it means that if you can trade at these speeds, or if you can understand what we're doing at these speeds, first day it'll be frustrating, a whole bunch of junk. What harmonics? What the hell is that? I'll explain them. As a friend of mine says, she's probably in here. You see what you want to see. I agree. You tend to want to see what you want to see, but if you can elevate and see what everybody else also wants to see, then you get a really good picture of what the machines are doing. Like I literally, like Corey is looking at something, I'm looking at something, and they contradict each other, but then I can reconcile the two because of the difference in time. So if you can understand what's going on here, now your skills have leveled up. You can trade the longer dated trade with a lot of ease because it's like in slow mo. Anybody play tennis? If you play on grass, you suck, and you go to terbatu, clay. You go to clay, and suddenly it's easier because the ball is a lot slower. You see it coming, you wind out, you wind back, you follow through. You have time to get to it. So if you're trading on grass here, you go to a clay court, you feel like a king. Bullish harmonic. What time? 1 minute. Yeah, I don't disagree. That's what I said. There is a bounce coming. I said the green M. All right, mini lesson on harmonics. So a guy out there decided that there are some patterns that repeat themselves. Okay, very tied to Fibonacci concepts, very tied to wolf waves, which have become my absolute favorite study. Actually, I have 3 favorites: wolf waves, harmonics, and fair value gap. The fair value gap was the fastest to learn for me and is the most impactful because it's tied to levels. I love levels. Second, wolf wave and harmonics. So let's talk about harmonics for a minute. There are 7 formations. I don't know all of them, like how to draw them. I just know the concept and I have a tool that draws them and I know exactly how to trade them flawlessly. You don't need to learn them. Although I just drew one here by hand, maybe not 100% accurate, but I can guarantee you we'll make money with it. And we have been making money. I forecasted today's drop potential before the close yesterday, minutes before it actually happened, based on this exact same setup. Like exactly the same setup. You were here, you saw it. I also forecasted a spike in the VIX 5 minutes before the close of the market on a harmonic that was also drawing itself. So the stuff works because machines make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. All right, so they come in 2 shapes, M's and W's. This is a crash course in harmonics. And the M's are bullish. The harmonics, the way it works, when the M shows up, it draws itself. We have a green M right there. You see it? It drew itself. It says, hey, every time this forms itself, it tends to spike. Target 1 could be here, target 2 could be here, target 3 could be here. I'm estimating where target 3 is. But If we're below here, it's null and void. Okay, so that's what it says. So then when you see an MDRAW itself, then you can look for other reasons to see if, hey, maybe somebody else says that, RSI, MACD, blah, 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 whatever you want, something else that corroborates this evidence. And then you take a position to benefit from a bounce. So that's an M. A W is the reverse. When it finishes itself, it wants to do this. Think about it. A wolf wave is a descending wedge that wants to do that. There's your descending wedge. It's the right-hand side of a harmonic. Nobody teaches it that way, but I'm saying it that way. A wolf wave, an ascending wedge, breaks down. That's the right-hand side of a harmonic. It's all the same. Whatever study you use, they all have the same. They have to say the only truth. Price is going one place. So if you like this versus that versus the other, just make sure you stick to it. I know there's 100 lines on my charts. They're all hand-drawn. I only rely on 3 studies. First, my eyeballs, levels. That rules over everything. Levels are primary. Anything else is secondary. Wolf waves, harmonics, everything else is secondary. So the only tools I really need are my eyes. That's it. Look left to trade right. Right, Manal? You look left to trade right. Listen up, Buttercup. And they tend to repeat themselves. Check this out. I copy and pasted. They're following the script. I also drew the orange and then the yellow. That was based on studies. So I took behavior, repeating, studies, confirm, 2 people coming with other things, and they're just saying the same thing I'm saying from different reasons. If you like RSI and it works for you, stick with it. If you like TTM squeeze, stick with it. Just have a tool. Don't wing it. The option, the charting event, when I did it, Alenis goes, "This is your jam." I just love it. I absolutely love it. Maybe I have a knack for it, but I can teach it well. So if you're here and you can hear my words and it makes sense, you're looking at the charts like, okay, I see it. I see what he's saying. Rising wedge, rising wedge. Think about it. Anything that extends itself like this, the longer it goes, the more vulnerable it is to. You need to build a good base. So when you're rising, that's why I get upset when the rally goes parabolic, because they need to drop. Then they establish a better base. They go up and drop, establish a better base. But these days, no. There's no in between. It's like a toddler. This market is a toddler. You give them about a bowl of candy, they want all of it at one time. They'll eat the whole thing and get sick. So don't be too short. There is a chance we go up to 5550 in the ES in the next few hours. That is like 50, 60, 70 points higher. So $5, $6, $7 of upside. Okay, so if you don't see it, I can see it right here. Whatever came from up there down to here, that's XA, B, C, D. D is a mile higher. All you have to do is take this out to confirm. That's the opposite of this. Exactly the opposite. All right. So you have to also look out for that. So if you bought puts from me and you made money, lock them in. Leave runners if you want to, or ascertain that, okay, I'm letting it go. I don't want to pursue it down. So if you're short for tomorrow, you should know that there's a scenario exactly opposite to your scenario, and it's on the table. So far, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're selling rallies in a descending channel for the last hour and change this sun. You should also know that they had an ascending channel. So they're deciding whether they want to retest the lows and go lower, much lower, or base. Really, there's no good news until they really take out this area. Then you look at this area, and then you're confirmed much more upside. So if I had a credit put spread, I'm afraid of scenario Corey but I'm aware that I could be bailed out, so I'm not panicking. If I own calls and I haven't closed them yet, I'm aware of the threat from scenario Corey, which is lower. And I realize of what Nick just said, that there could be some relief coming. So it all depends on what you hold. What are you defending? Today's calls, I wouldn't like it. I would close those, reopen them for tomorrow, but not more money. I don't want you to add more money. Like if you have 10 calls for today, totaling $300 left in the premiums, close 10, open 3, worth $300 for tomorrow. I'm making these numbers up. I don't condone throwing good money after bad in a bad trade. Never average down. That's my motto. I would never average down. The only time I average in, not down, is when I take a position partially knowing from the get go, I want to risk 1,000. I'm only deploying 300. Now I can add 2 more times and still have leftover. That's averaging in. I don't know one trader that is worth their money that averages down. Like they take a full position and it goes against them, they decide to double it. What? Both scenarios are on the table. 541 was the original scenario. That's what we're tracking, the yellow thing. But the harmonic that just came up says there is a bounce that could take us to 543.50, which is still bearish, or 544.60. Well, 544.60 would bring you inside these orange lines, would severely harm this scenario. This is a good cluster to watch right here. It should be a roof if this is serious to go to 541. And if we do go to 541, then we can talk about 539 or lower. Well, I'm trying to make a point. Here, trade on your own. Practice. Let's see what you can do. Good job, Eddie. Good job. 1K, I'll take that. Thank you for the dark pools. Everything is still intact. This is just target 1 of 2 on the green M, and in a bearish day, they don't necessarily give you 2 targets out of 2. So it's a fair fight here. The ingredients are this guy. So if we can go to a 1 minute here to see if there's a bearish or bullish. I think we can get to 544.6 on this rally. So if we get to this line, wow, and this line, we can get right in between these 2 lines on this, and it wouldn't change anything. It would be what we're expecting. The question is, can they go to 545.5, which they can. So let me update you. The 1 minute chart says we can get to here, which is not quite, maybe target 3 of that green one. So hold on. Not. That's too much. Okay. It's a fair fight. Depends on what happens to these guys. Let me see here. XLZ. The bounce is there. It can take on more upside, but it hasn't negated the yellow path. Not yet. UAL down 13% today. I feel like going on Twitter and going to that guy. I hope you listened, man, but I know he's hurting, so. Yeah, well, I was in those too, and I sold calls, but I'm happy with my win over United Airlines because I was right, and hopefully I saved people some money. Right on, Ryan. Check that out. Is this Ryan M? Hi, Ryan M. I'm seeing you soon, right? Cool. Wow. I suddenly have 100 more verified followers on Twitter. Verified followers. That means like they've identified themselves with a blue check mark or something. If you subscribe to Twitter X, you will get their AI machine called Grok. It's getting a lot better, and it's fun too. It's got a mode you can turn it on. It says fun mode, so they'd be throwing jokes in there when you ask them something. It's like having a cool friend. Sometimes it was too wordy. I asked a question one time. One time I asked a question. It gave me a giant paragraph, and the question was a yes no. I said, "Whoa! I have attention deficit disorder of sorts, and can you be more terse?" It goes, "No." Like the answer just said one word, "No." You can use Grok, but not the powerful version of it. The one I have is it's Unagi is better. What show was that out of? Friends. What is my handle? Racer Nick. Let me get it to you. They're all the same, like $20 a month. I paid for a year. I honestly don't know. It's not free. You can use free Grok, or you can use Grok, the deep search model, paid version. It's called Grok 3 for me. It was Grok 2 beta before. It's got 3 now. It's got deep search, think, and image. Wait, somebody wanted to make an image. Oh, this one transforms your image. I don't think it can create an image. Maybe it can. Let's go. What was it that you guys wanted? Make me a picture of, what was it? Dragons? What the heck? What were we talking about this morning? First thing in the morning. Somebody said, picture of Wall Street looking bankers picking pockets of regular people. Let's see what it comes up with. By the way, my machine is so busy right now. I'm streaming here. I'm streaming on YouTube. I'm recording my own screen. I have, I don't know, a dozen programs open, about 20 tabs on Firefox, about 4 tabs on Chrome. Okay, maybe they changed that. It was a pay. I paid for Grok, so they owe me money. Well, that's boring. They just gave me a Wall Street people. You suck at instructions. I'm sorry to hear that. I clearly missed the mark on this one. Let's break down what went wrong. Yeah. Would you like to generate a new image? Yes. We can put that to the test. We can both ask a question. Somebody come up with a business question. Okay. Somebody come up with a legitimate business question around Micron. Come up with a question about Micron. You ask it on the free side. I'll ask it on my side, and we'll see the results. We'll put it to the test live. Better. But why does this guy have 3 arms? It gave me a picture of a Wall Street guy trying to pick the pocket of the guy in front of him, but he has 3 arms. Do better. My experience is ChatGPT is still the best all around. Claude is better at code, barely. And all around question is getting better on Anthropic, Claude, Claude. If you want to pronounce it properly in the French language, it's Claude. AU is more of an O than jaune. Oh, Jim Cramer agrees. I must be mistaken then. Holy crap. I can't be on the same page as Jim Cramer, the chief clown in charge. All right. So what's the question? How does MU-PE ratio compare to industry? Oof, that's a detailed question. All right. So let me copy it. I'll go back to a fresh page. Think, solve the hardest problems in math, science, and coding. Huh. I don't know where to put it. Which part of your engine should I ask this question? Deep search. You don't need particularly to specify. Okay. All right. So as of today, Micron's PE. Okay. Micron PE ratio is likely in the range of 25 to 30 based on recent stock price trends. Okay, way off. I don't like my answer. What is your answer? It's telling me recent price is 110. Micron is nowhere near 110. I stop reading. My answer sucks. No, we're comparing Grok 3 free to Grok 3 pay. Okay, if you were holding a put and you were red up at the top at 543.60, you might want to exit that put here. We're not guaranteed a lower low. We're guaranteed a fight still ongoing. Nothing has changed. We're still trying to do the yellow path. But the odds now are it's a fair fight. I like it still. A little bit more than the upside. Okay, ChatGPT says that. My guy says PE ratio is 25 to 30. But my guy thinks that the price is 100 to 110. MU is nowhere near 110, so I stopped reading. Fair enough. It seems like there might be some outdated, overly optimistic assumptions in my initial take. Where is Micron right now? How much is it? 76. Now it says 80 to 90. PE ratio 20 to 25. Yeah, I would not use that information. Okay, so I'm going to ask the same thing at Claude. I think I have it open here. Claude AI. I pay premium. It's about $20 a month. This is Claude Sonnet 3.7. I think that's the smartest model they have. Our most intelligent model. Here's a question for how does MU's PE ratio compare to industry peers like? Okay. I'll analyze Micron. Oh, it generates code in order to give me the answer. Console.log, I assume that's Python. 23.5, 43, 42.3, 37.6. So it's cheaper than the other two. What did you come up with? Yeah, I don't think that's correct either. So let me do this on the side. I'm going to open Micron fundamentals. Somebody on Benzinga Pro, you can help us with that. Benzinga Pro has excellent statistics. Okay, PE. I have 21.3 according to TradingView on Micron. So Grok is pretty close. Not Grok. Well, Grok was pretty close after I corrected him. Claude was spot on. Puts in McDonald's. Okay. I sold calls in McDonald's, so you and I are on the same side with different tools. Folks, we are in danger of triggering Head and Shoulders that will bring us $4 a downside, $2 to $4 a downside. If we finish my yellow path, listen to this. If we finish my yellow path, $2 is almost a guarantee. $4 is a possibility, which would be in line with the 1 hour harmonic bearish that Corey mentioned about 2 hours ago. Right. That's what I said. If we get to the yellow path, 539 would be a conversation. Most definitely. I've explained it to you in multiple different ways, but now I'm just giving you the fact. If we finish the yellow and don't recover 542.50 real quick, we are at risk of $2 to $4 a downside from the yellow, from the neckline. So if you don't see it, shoulder, head, and they're in the process of triggering the shoulder. Once you lose this neckline, that's the max drop, that's the min drop, min eyeball, max eyeball, which is why I said 549. So this will become a target. Now, once you trigger this, it's not the end of the world. They can come back and recover it, right? This is how you trap bears. Boop. And then, because people have their orders in. If we make a lower low, get me out of my calls. If we make a lower low, other people say, get me into puts. Boop. You get people buying puts, selling calls. What are you doing as a market maker? Doing the opposite. And then you go, oh, sorry. Both of them lose. That's how you trap bears. That's how you trap bulls. Pop. Get me out of the calls. Get me out of the puts. Get me into calls. So it's not a done deal. They're still fighting for the neckline. And even then, don't buy puts here. Either buy puts here or let them come down, buy puts here for this. That's how you trade. I think if you just inverse me. Oh no, that's too bad. That's cute, but not healthy to say. Please don't say that anymore. Get out of that mindset. I don't know, Paul. Let's double check. Wow, it's still valid, right? So the delta on that sold put part of the credit put spread. Somebody's asking me, should I close the credit put spread from this morning, which was set at, just to make sure, you're talking about 53.95? Your delta is 0.12. Statistically, it is, quote, safe, survivable. Sure, if it's large and you're afraid and you cannot babysit it, yes, be safe, close it. You wouldn't have lost anything. It's about the same price as it was this morning, right? If you're green, absolutely, yeah. If you can babysit it, make it small enough to where it doesn't break your account. I haven't tried the API, no. You can trade out of Excel too on Thinkorswim. I also haven't tried that. E-Trade had one of those before, and one time I opened it up and it ruined my Excel setup. Oh, don't ever do that. The old E-Trade Pro, old one that looks like Thinkorswim, you needed to download. It was a great platform. They just ditched it. It was amazing. My gosh, that platform was amazing. They ditched it. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Now they have about 10 minutes to reverse up to 543, 542.6. Otherwise, we're going to finish the yellow. Okay, so I didn't nail the top of the yellow, but we covered the lines very well. Look at the upper right-hand corner. That's the collection of the mega caps. They just made a lower low. Right below them, middle right-hand corner, is the ETFs. They too are starting to lose steam. What I want to see is weakness in Coca-Cola at the same time as here for me to know that there's going to be much more downside. So Corey, get ready to book your profits on that one. I personally, if I bought puts earlier and these are runners, if they are real runners in the sense where you're okay losing the like if it goes to zero, it doesn't affect your day, leave them on. If they're for tomorrow, okay, you can leave them on. Okay, I see what you're saying. So somebody's saying, okay, I want to play the last minute trade long. I don't like being in a credit spread late in the day because if you haven't been into an options class, those of you who haven't, most people know how to trade options except when it's difficult. So I'll tell you when it's difficult, when the change of change goes parabolic. So, and that happens late in the day. So, for example, you would go from maximum gains to maximum loss in seconds on credit spreads late in the day if you don't know what you're doing. It's almost better to just sell naked calls and puts for late in the day, which I don't recommend here for anyone. So, yes, you can. So, yeah, you can catch this falling knife. You can sell the 53.90 credit put spread, probably get $50 out of it now. It's the equivalent of you buying something for $450 and trying to get 12% out of it. If you're okay with these metrics, go ahead. Hopefully you understand what I just said. Hey, look at you. I see you. All in, Diane. All in. I love it. Is the there should be a bounce coming. They're gonna try to get to 542.50. Is the I wonder if the domain wallstreetsucks.com is available. Let's see, NSI. Unable to connect. Why? Oh, did they change it? No forwarding domain? Really? Network Solutions is gone? Okay, we'll go wallstreetsucks.com. It's not available. I can back order it. Suckapunch.com is available for $1,700. How about wallstsucks.com? Good news, it's available. Actually, I love Wall Street. Thank God for these rules that are convoluted that we figure out how to navigate them. This is what I say. You can't beat the casino. You can't beat the house, but you can beat the other players that are in there. In two ways. You can either set up a table, sell options. That's setting up a table. Or you can play better poker, buy options, and beat them at their own, beat the other players. So you can sit at the table with weaker players and beat them at buying. Or combine the two. Half the day selling options and the other half playing poker. Yeah, making the website is easy. Thank you. I don't have enough time for that. Let's focus on our own website. Wow, UAL. So did somebody downgrade UAL, or did they finally figure out what I was saying? I think Thinkorswim charting runs 2 to 3 bars behind the quote. I don't know why that's the case. Does it say real-time data? Is your setting correct, Ardix? Maybe your setting is tell it to be slow. Huh. Yeah, but I promise you with UAL, I couldn't believe it. I mean, a really nice gentleman, I forgot his name. I posted a monthly chart of UAL, and it was up here, just breaking out. And I said, not an obvious entry point, something to that effect, and I'm short. He came back saying, why? They have this and they have that. And I was like, whoa, why? Just look left, man. It took them from 2003 or whenever, it was years ago that they got there. And all this time to get back here under questionable conditions. Like, that's the best stock idea you have? Yeah, Nike is a good investment, but long term, and it's inside the pandemic levels, and everybody hates it. I wouldn't make it an all-in investment. So for Nike, keep it simple. What I would do is, if I wanted to invest $2,000 to own Nike stock over a period of 10 years, I would put in $4,000 now, and then if it gets cut in half, I would dump the rest and forget about it. Old school traditional investing. Supercomputer. You don't have a quantum computer? I can hook you up. That's weird that Thinkorswim does that to you. My Thinkorswim does not. No quantum. That's weird. Any ideas, people? So here we go. Yellow path. Done. Are you a believer that we know what we're doing? If it's your first day here, you see, we sound like we're lying in our posts on Twitter and in social media. I promise you, this stuff happens every day. It is that easy. And today is as difficult as it gets. And it's that easy. It is not wizardry. It is just rinse and repeat. Did you see this one here? Yep. So I don't know about you guys with PCs. I have a few PCs around me. I have two PCs running in front of me, my main PC and a backup PC that streams onto the internet. The backup PC is older. It's an old Dell, what are they called? 9800 or 8900? I think it's an XPS 8900. It's not bad. It's really old though. So I revived it. I haven't used it in a long time. So I run it all day now. Every once in a while it gets hot. So I bought $14 on Amazon, two 3-inch fans, so 80 millimeter fans, two of them. Super quiet, and they work off of USB-A's, which you can plug in a wall or inside a PC. And it has a rheostat so you can adjust the speed of the fans. They blow good air. But what I did is I 3D printed two funnels and I connected those two funnels. So now I have one output from both of these. They're super quiet. And I can, if it gets hot, I can just put it next to it and feed it through the side or the back. And it's just quiet as can be. Fan has not kicked into high gear in a long time. I bet you most of the people that use AMD have loud fans. I bought an AMD machine and I got rid of it because I couldn't stand the noise from the fan. I turned it on within 5 minutes. All the fans are on, and it was an 8900, 3900, 8900, 8995, the highest AMD chip they had. Ryzen 5, 8900, something like that. That might be a solution you might want. Currently short an Iron Condor 170, sold Iron Condor SPX. What's SPX 170 spread? I don't know what that is. I don't need to know quantity. What's the spread? April 3rd for today. Oh, 170 wide. 53, 70, 65. I'm fine with that. Did you just sell these? Yeah. No, okay. That's fine. XLI is ready to take another poop. I sure hope it doesn't. I would like XLI to hold, which has Caterpillar, Deere, RTX, Lockheed, Honeywell, Boeing, GE. GE is super expensive, in my opinion. Other people don't think so. I think GE investors are going to be stuck there for a long time. Once the tide comes back, when they have no more assets to sell and the dust settles and the sales don't go back up, they're going to say, what is going on? Yeah, we restructured. Where are the sales? Why are we 40% down? So far, nobody's screaming. I am. I'm not shorting, though. I told you. Okay. This scenario right there, this one right here, exists in the VIX, not the VIX futures. So the VIX futures are a little bit friskier than the VIX itself. Coca-Cola is rising. They still haven't decided that it's a very bearish day. I still have the discrepancy between Coke and VIX and the market. I don't like what's going on. So today I did Coca-Cola. I added some puts. They're green, the ones I put today. Overall, I'm not red Coca-Cola, barely, but this is a runner, so I definitely am not red. Coca-Cola has been a net contributor to my account this year. What I'm trying to get a hold of is this logic, I'm trying to wrap my head around. I'm challenging myself to accept it or completely reject it and dig in my heels and make it a sizable trade again. So I just added an extra 3 or 4 puts just to get it out of my system so I don't do anything drastic. I think they were $130 each. Same puts, June 50, was it? June, middle of June. Yeah, June 20th. The monthly expiration. Those are usually the most liquid ones. If you want to get rid of them, you can quickly. Well, you should know it hasn't been easy, okay? It's like the strongest stock in a very weak market. So you should respect that. I do, but I don't. Screw you, Coca-Cola. Those of you who bought the puts in the XLV as in Victor, bottom right-hand corner of my screen, 143.50, 143.30 is your important line to watch overnight. If you get to 143 or 143.20, that's good news. Anywhere below the yellow line. $143.30 would do it. Are you okay buying McDonald's April put for $1,000? No. Put diagonal. I mean, I'm okay. If you're okay, if $1,000 is not a lot of money for you, yes. Like I did it with Berkshire. But if it has a green day tomorrow, you're going to be down 30%. So depends on your risk appetite. I could do it for myself. But if you're a little bit shy about losing, a put diagonal. Buy in April, sell this week. That ruins trades too. Like I'm going to be stopped out of XLI this week, which is really heartbreaking. I mean, it's a huge win, 140%. Let me double check. 160%. Did you guys follow me in this trade? Sell a call spread in December. That trade is 40% of maximum gains. And buy a put diagonal. The put diagonal, unfortunately, is limited. Like I'm up 110% and I might be capped there. I'm long a put for June, but I sold a put for this week and I need a $2 rally for me not to be stopped out. So if in the next couple of days it goes up to 128, I could still stay short the XLI. If not, I will close my bearish position and I would have totally nailed it. I would have created $600 out of every contract out of thin air because I sold calls to finance the whole thing. $400 out of thin air with 2 extra 100 to be made by the end of the year. So sad, but okay. The XLV is doing relatively well. XLF, sorry, relatively well. Like it could have been much worse for the XLF. It would be a disaster for the XLF if Berkshire decides to get off the high, all-time highs. Like look at JP. That's what I expect Berkshire to do. Instead, it's like Coca-Cola. It's green or barely red on a really bad day. Look at Bank of America. Look at Wells Fargo. Look at Goldman Sachs. JP. Visa, MasterCard, I get it. They're independent. This guy? There's bounces. We don't deny there's no bounces, but we're selling the rallies and making lower lows, right? And we triggered a harmonic that should, a head and shoulders that should have lower $2 to $4 of downside. So 542 minus 2 or -4. So 539.50 and 538.50 are doable. And look at what happens if you get to 538.50. You lose the low of the day. That triggers another nasty thing. Like, this is the shoulder to something nasty up here. So the downside of losing the low of the day creates immediately $7 of downside. Not to mention what's to the left of here. That's just the shoulder size. That would be something nasty. So the bulls should defend it really hard. Which is what I have been warning against for weeks. I said maybe the algo has changed, that we are selling rallies. You remember the videos I do every Sunday night, like 5.5 minutes? Every Sunday night I have a theme. 3 weeks ago, the theme was, have we started selling rallies? Did we change the mindset? Has the algo changed? All the same statement. Have we started? Did we flip the trend or change the trend? Is that what I said? I think. Has the trend changed? Okay. So the answer is yes, it has. And we are selling rallies. And now the bulls need a miracle headline, like the bears needed a miracle headline before. I don't know where it's going to come from and what kind of a headline it would be. So I'm prepared for lower lows. My portfolio is prepared for lower lows. I only have one position wrong, which is TTD. If they assign me shares today, I would lose $500 for the sold put. It is what it is. I'll take it. I can then decide whether actually less than 500. I can then decide whether I want to sell a naked covered call really aggressively and keep the shares, or just close the position, sell the shares, and call it a day. Well, okay. So you guys want to talk tariffs? All right. So I've said it like 100 times. The tariffs did not cause this drop. The expectations. I said it differently this week. I said the blind side is to the downside. Did I not say these words in this room? Somebody said, what? The blind side is to the downside. You remember me saying why? Because I talk to 300 of you every day. The predominant sentiment here is up. I say down, down, down for weeks. One of us here in the room says, no, it's up. Everybody believes the person that says up. It only takes one person that knows what they're saying to say up, and it overwrites my down scenario, because our nature, we're looking up, we're invested in stocks. The downside was the surprise. And Wall Street lives on surprises. The market makers strive on surprises because they take your money. So I am more bearish than most people, and I am a pretty bullish guy, but I know what's fair, and I'm not buying the S&P up here. Think about it. 460 was the breakout on the SPY. 460. We are at the 540. This level here was the target of the breakout from 460. If you were with me back then, I said, we're breaking out of 460. I can't believe it, but boy, it's happening. And if we do it on a closing basis, on a weekly basis, the target is 515 to 530. No, 530 to 560. That's what I said. This is the low end of that target. And then I said 588, 598 to 607. And then we said the top end is 622. We almost hit the very top end. But the breakout was 460. We are still at 540. So if we go back on a weekly basis to the base to establish support, to go back to 700, that would be normal price action. But no, we can't accept it. Nope. Higher highs is what we want. Well, there's a price to that. Don't forget, before you leave, we're going to get together tonight. You get to hear the other side of the argument. You're going to meet somebody else that trades options, Raghu. And I'm going to Ask him what his theses are for the next quarter. He follows options, and he's unlike people you hear on TV. He's heavily invested every day. He has themes that he trades for long term, for asset growth. He is an active trader every day. Like, combine all your trades, you'll probably be him. No joke. So you might want to listen to what he has to say. We won't keep you long, maybe 45 minutes at best. I'm fried. But he'll do most of the talking. I'll try to throw in a few questions, and we'll take your questions too. It'll be on YouTube. It'll be open to the public. Bring friends if you want. Interesting, the VIX futures just made a higher high. That's bizarre. The VIX is not. The VIX futures on Thinkorswim is /V as in Victor, X as in X-ray. That's bizarre. Coca-Cola is going up and the market is going down. So we have a drum roll here, folks. 539 or 542. 6 p.m. Eastern. Just click on the link and the window will open. Leave it open there and hit play. What do I think of AVGO credit put spread? $60 credit. That's fine, AVGO. See if you can avoid the earnings on Broadcom. The XLV short, drum roll. I better send the drone. I need water. Jeeves, water. One of these days, we will have a drone that goes downstairs. It calls the robot. The robot will go open the fridge, get the water, put it on the drone. The drone will fly back up here. We're close. We are very close. Well, I drew this one. Look. Yeah, that is not my ghost pattern. That's the pattern that's actually unfolding. Yeah, that's what happened already. But you look left. I told you eyeballs. This closes the open gaps, the open fair value gaps from the bounce that brought the whole rally up there. So getting here is one thing. Losing here is not going to be easy. But if you do lose it, it'll accelerate quickly to 538. Yeah. I think you just want me to do this, but I'll be drawing it after the fact. I don't like that. I pointed it out, but I don't want to draw it. I'm not a poser. I don't take credit for lines on the chart that I didn't foresee. And when I do draw one, I say after the fact inside the line. So I don't take credit for it down the line. Come on, keep me engaged. Give me a question. An hour and a half, Lord. This day is exhausting. Very rewarding, though. Very rewarding. David, got it. Any thoughts on rolling, adjusting the KO, PM, XLP, or just leave them? Okay. I'm not going to assume what positions you have. Please tell me exactly the positions you have. Thank you. He thinks I got nothing better to do than to remember his positions. He's going to answer me back. It's the positions you gave. I'm going to push back and say, tell me the positions that are on your books. I sold some Oracle August 110 puts for 350. Oracle. I told you it's not going to be easy to lose that. See that big bounce? Use the bounce to get out of your calls. Or fix your credit put spreads. He sold what? 110 puts for August. Okay, I don't mind the levels. I don't love the trade. I don't mind the levels, even though I don't love the trade. Solid company. I have 200 shares of NVIDIA for 104, thinking of selling 102, worried a further downside for tomorrow. Well, if you're going to sell your shares, you might as well sell covered calls that are aggressive. You're either out of your shares higher or for this week, or you have an entry price of 102 by Friday. Whatever you can collect from that. If you're okay selling shares, you can sell aggressive covered calls. This will keep you in your shares, maybe. If not, you lower your loss potential and you can exit the shares tomorrow after a drop. So let's say you sell covered calls and you make $200, and then tomorrow we drop. Your $200 goes in your pocket as cash. Your stock will drop, but your $200 will offset whatever it dropped with. And you can sell your stock and close your call. Anyway, just a thought. If worried about your stock, sell a call, buy a put, protect it for free. We're not close to the circuit breakers. It's 7%. We're not even at 4.5%. I'd be shocked if we do circuit breakers today. But I want to emphasize for you people, please, for fudge's sake, please close all options that are 0 DTE on SPY, IWM, QQQ, SPX okay, RUT okay, NDX okay, XSP okay. Those are indices. ETFs are assignable. Yesterday, let me remind you what happened yesterday. Devastation in people's account today. Woke up to a disaster. One person had a credit put spread on the QQQ, $16 lower. The put spread was at 460. The Qs closed at 477, I think, 476. After hours, they got assigned short puts. So they were long the QQQ at 460 shares. Luckily, when they were talking to me, we were at 460. Can you imagine? This is what I said yesterday. Close all of them because we're expecting a wild one. And the credit call spread were assigned at 558, 559. And those nasty Mo's did not let them expire. So if I sell a credit call spread, that means I sold a call and bought a call. And then the stock went like this after hours and then like that. Those nasty Mo flickers assigned him long here, did not assign him short here. So who's to say what time they did this? Because the spike only lasted like 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, they got assigned. So they bought 559 SPY shares. When we woke up, it was at 549. They don't get nastier than that. That is malicious behavior. That broker needs to be looked into. My broker would not have done that. My broker would have done both. So the loss would have been the max loss, which would have been maybe 80 cents. $800. No, $400 in that case, I think. I'm doing air math. Instead, it was like $5,000. That's insane. Their answer is, it's your fault. I use Thinkorswim, I use Tastytrade, I use E-Trade. The easiest one to get a new account in is Tastytrade, by far. All the other ones, you have to lie you lie a lot. I have Tesla 547 puts for tomorrow. I bought 90 cents. Should I hold or sell? So I don't know. Should you hold or sell? Are you making money? So somebody has a position. Let's walk them through the decision-making process. Can you hear me? Okay. So if I bought a put and I'm asking myself or somebody else, that's okay. Should I close my position? Okay. So here's the rationale. 1, why? Where is the reason? Do you still have it? That's question to you. Answer yourself. I don't need to hear the answer. If yes, the reason you bought the put for tomorrow is there, then stay in it. Go to question number 2. Question number 2, have you hit your stop loss? 18 cents. I'm going to assume that's about 22% down, air math. Something like that. Air math. So you're down 22%. Was that the planned exit? How much down were you going to let it allow before you call it quits? So in other words, have you hit your stop loss or stop gains? If no, then you go to question number 3. What are my odds of winning with it? So I can give you the answer to that one. So Tesla, tomorrow, by the way, Tesla is called Stressla for a reason. Okay, it's not going to be easy. So what is your put? Let me double check. 547.50, 547.50. Yeah, I would not be in a single digit put. I would not be in a single digit put. How many do you have? How many units? Just one? Five. Okay. So here's what I would do. If 1 is still there and 2 is still okay, I would not want to stay in 3. Your odds are 0.09 and you have 5. So this is $300 left on the trade, right? Am I right? Okay. So I would close this position, salvage this $350. It's going to die. Statistically, it has a 9% chance of price being there, and it still would die. So statistically, these soldiers are slated to die. I would take the same $300 and deploy it in a place where it is, wait, let me finish. If you still want to be short, I would buy next week debit put spread for $300 once, just below current price. I would buy next week's 265, 260 debit put spread. Let me see how much that is. $205. So you would pocket $100. If it drops, you make $400. Sorry, $300, and you recover your losses and then a little bit of green. I wouldn't stay in that position, but I don't know why you took the trade. If you think it's going to fall because of some thing on the chart, please let me check Tesla. So that was the theoretical answer. Let me check Tesla on another chart for you. Yeah, I have no reason to hold a short in Tesla. Today, Tesla is incredibly wound tight. So you might make a lot or lose all of it by tomorrow. It's kind of a lot of a coin flippy thing. So I would want more time on the clock. So if you can buy a put for next week for $300, I would much rather you do that. I'm not asking you to risk more. I'm asking you to take the risk from tomorrow and extend it into next week however you want, with worth of whatever you close. If you harvest $350, redeploy $350 for next week on Tesla. There is no magnets today. The options chain is a freaking mess. If you would see it, it's just a giant mess. I'll give you an example. I have an iron butterfly sold at 5,500, 8,000 contracts. Somebody did that. I have some put transactors at 5,450, 5,460, about 8,000. It looks like somebody has a butterfly ranging exactly where we are. 8,000, 55, 40, 54.50, and 54. $50 wide butterfly of sorts. So I think we do much of nothing for the rest of the day. The options are not clear. If you have time, is your information still seeing a potential drop below 540 in SPY? Oh, Lord. Okay. That's hilarious. I'm going to delete that. It's starting to get annoying. Nice work, Deborah. Deb. You and me, we can say that. We've broken bread. Okay. Let's see what he saw. SPY. Was that an SPY question from Corey? Oh, Lord. Did you guys see that? Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. 460. Ooh, more like 360. Okay. There is no bearish harmonic on unless my software is turned off. It is. So he sees a W which played out, the W, the 1 hour harmonic. That one is played out to the tune of 3 targets, maybe 4. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4 targets. The next target on this harmonic is 526. If this were to pay 4 targets, it's down here. Which says what? What I just said. We just triggered a head and shoulders that has $30 of downside, which is what I said 2-3 days ago. I said if we make a lower low, we confirm another 8 to 12% of downside. Did I not say that? Okay, so that's what I mean. So back to the idea of ABC moves. The February-December slide, that's A. B, consolidation effort, failed. C, as big as this. Or this. At least this. Low 500s on the table. I wouldn't buy puts for it, but I wouldn't be jumping the gun and jumping in, adding to positions. So let me give you my adding thesis. If I bought shares and within 2 to 3 days I'm down 15%, no way in hell am I adding. First of all, that's too close in time. Second of all, it's only a 15% drop. So I waste the bullet and I'm only making my position better by 7%. No. I don't add until I'm down like 30, 40, 50% and time has elapsed. Or I know something new. Fifth target is 0. Sagar, that's funny. Where have you been all day? I'm not saying for sure. I'm saying that is a theoretical target. So I wouldn't jump in. Don't buy puts for this. Just realize that we're selling rallies. So if you're long, read the morning note. You might not be a member already. So let me go tell you what the morning note is for the members. The bulls are not in charge. That was my comment this morning. Last night we made another new low, and we are now 4% above the March 2023 crisis. It was a banking and crypto crisis. Remember that? I remember that. We were in San Francisco. I think we were in San Francisco together in an event. The USDC broke the dollar that day. This dip needs to reverse ASAP, or we would have started another leg lower, which I've been talking about for a while. The indices will need help from the headlines to snap them out of this descending channel. Powell speaks this Friday, not a Fed event. Buyers are doing good work during the day, but they cannot sustain the buying. Until then, hang on to those VIX calls as they are hedging the accounts well. Right? So, bulls, use rallies to fix problem trades. Be realistic with the upside potential because we're selling rallies. Gosh dang it. Bears, I'm still shorting rallies, but not today. Let them bounce and lock profits. Clear course of action. Anybody starting shorts here is late to the party. We could not have covered this day any better. There's not an expert out there in the world that could have done a better job managing the risk today and answering questions and entering profitable trades. I remember at least 3 calls that played and a put twice. Credit put spreads are still playing. Maybe they'll pay, maybe they won't. I suggested no credit call spreads. Those who bought puts in KO at the top made money. I simply added to a position that's struggling to pay me. We went long as an investment for slower traders. We've done well. Please come back and stay. If we make a lower low today, it's going to get really ugly. So don't leave the room if you have credit put spreads below 5,400. Why didn't I think of that? It's not about the fundamentals, but that is funny. Somebody spread some rumors about Coke. Did you hear? There's a cockroach in a Coke can. If I was a Kardashian, I would make that. Create my own profits. Why don't we, if somebody knows an influencer company, can we go pay them to have one of the Kardashians hold a can of Pepsi, not Coke? And then have her sister say, "Oh, you're drinking Pepsi, you switch? Yeah, I found out Coke has cockroaches in the cans." Whee! Coke stock goes down the tube. I would love that. I'm pretty sure that would be illegal. I'm kidding, Google. I am kidding. Whoever's listening, I'm kidding. Of course I wouldn't do anything like that. Wow. That's not even Nick. Oh, they did? Nobody cares. Bye. Discuss TTD today. I discussed it in passing, Daniel. I said, can they please assign me so I can get out of this trade? My loss would be about $360. I would close it right away. I haven't done anything with it. You can roll it down and out to $40 for January, but I'm reserving that trade for later. I'm looking at it, TTD. Let's see here. They bounced off the lows. They couldn't hold the bounce. They're looking at $50 now, $49.50. I'm sure to put at 55. I'm pretty sure I still have $1 of credit. So if they assign me at 55, my break even is 54. I would lose $550. I'm okay with that. It was a bad trade. Let me know you heard and you understand. Now, if you don't want to be assigned, you can roll it down and out. Let me see if I can do that for us, okay? I don't think I should do it today, but I respect somebody that wants. Let's see here. It is, whoopsies. You can roll it down to 52.50 1 month later, but that doesn't do much. You can go to January and roll it down to 50.50 and pay a little bit of money, but $100. So if you roll it down to January 50, you slow it down, you lower the odds of getting assigned, although you can still get assigned, and you would give back all the credits that you collected. So then you would pray to God they would assign you, because then you can just sell the shares and lose nothing. And I bet you if you roll it down, that takes away a lot of the locked up margins. Let me verify that I can do that. Roll expirations. It does not reduce locked up margin. Not that it shows. I haven't rolled it. I don't want to roll it, but I bet you it will. You lost me? What part? Kamikaze trade? What are you doing, Tom? Bearish. I still have 2 sold puts July 60. Okay. Roll them down and out to September. Let's see here. Let me see. July 60. Cancel. Clear order. I can help. $13.50. You can roll the September 55, which is what I'm in, and pay $150 or so. You can roll them to and wait, or roll them to January. Same level as I mentioned, to slow it the hell down and be at 50. So buy the close, the one you are in, sell the open, the one you want, on one order. Right, that's what I said. Buy to close, the one you have, sell to open, the new one. You can choose September 55 and pay a little bit, or January 50 and pay a little bit, about the same amount. You'd still be in trouble, but it slows down the trade. It commits you longer term and it slows down the trade until somebody realizes that it might be a good deal. Are you comfortable knowing what it means to sell a put? It means you have to buy the shares at that price. So then your commitment would be at 50 for the whole year, but it's 50. So let's say the stock falls to 40 and they assign you at 50, you lose $10 per share rather than 20. Okay. Hopefully you figure that out. You got it? You choose. I'm in September. I'm in deep waters. If they assign me now, I lose 500. after they assign me and I sell the shares, I can resell the put later lower to try to make up the money I lost. So I guess I'm not panicked. First of all, I didn't do a lot. Second of all, it's a pain in the you know what, but it is what it is. If you do it for September, you still have the risk of assignment, although it's lower because it's out in time. If you do it for January, you pretty much eliminate the risk of assignment. You can't eliminate it, but you reduce it down to a normal level. But you're committing yourself in that stupid trade for a lot longer. September, it's 55. January, it's 50. Don't do both. You have two. You can probably do one for September, one for January if you want to spread it. Either way, it's going to cost you about $100 and some to do it. And either way, you're still in trouble. You're just at a lower price. Okay. I don't know what else to say. Right. So move it to September. You're still in danger. It's 55 and the price is 50. So without a bounce soon, you're still in danger of getting assigned. I'm still in September. And like I said, I'm okay booking a $550 loss today. I almost wish they do assign me. But you can't force the assignment. The only way you can force the assignment is to roll it forward. But in this case, I would have to pay a lot, and that defeats the purpose. No problem. Sorry about that. That was a bad trade. Okay, I have to mute myself for a little bit. If we get to 542.50, we're probably going to 544. Cup and handle. 543.50, not going to be easy. Okay, so be realistic with your expectations. The path is still lower. We still are selling rallies. But I told you, once we hit 540, look left. We closed all the open gaps. It's harder to get through the low of the day. Yeah. All right, I'm on mute for a little bit. I need to gather some strength, so give me a minute. Whew. Let's go. I bought magnetic cord wrappers for like USB-C and stuff. They're not very good for that purpose, but they're excellent fidget toys. I'm snapping them all day. Any trade on RH? Not for me. Let's go see what happened with RH. Anybody know what the sticky point with RH is? Let me go to Benzinga Pro. What? Do I need to sign in? No, I'm signed in. Why doesn't it look the same? News. RH. They grew sales 10%. Why did it drop 40%? What did they say? I'll go ask my buddy Grok. Yo, Grok. RH stock fell 40% today. Do you know the sticky point? Short answer. So you read and interpret. Weak Q4 earnings report and a grim outlook tied to new tariffs and housing market slump. Ooh. All right, so let's see if we can trade it. RH. I mean, I find it hard to believe that there's no trade there, right? So this is now the price from the pandemic. Somebody said there are no puts available to sell. So let's go check that fact. It fell so much that they need to bring in fresh puts. So if I go to December, that is true. So yeah, what you can do is you can sell a 110 put for December, collect $1,600 today. So your break-even point would be 94. I wonder how much money they're required to do that. Probably a schmut ton, because the applied volatility is probably through the freaking roof. Yep, $4,500. So I personally would not do a thing with it. But if I wanted to, and I wanted to own shares, I would sell those puts naked at 110, collect $1,600. The company still grew sales. You think that this guy, here's the CEO, he looks, I don't know him. My first impression from him is that he's not very seasoned. So he probably thought, this is opinion, not fact, please don't take offense. He probably thought that he could just throw everything bad because it's a bad reaction anyway. The market is down. He probably thought, hey, okay, so I can take a pat. So CEOs love to do UPOD, under promise, over deliver. The best one at it is Netflix. The guy is so strong. He tells you, oh, it's bad now. You should see next time. Then the stock capitulates, and then they go, well, he got it. 40% capitulation. He probably didn't bank on it. In fact, Ray posted something, sent me a message showing that he actually said, oh, shit. He looked at his stock, and he said that on the live call. Okay, so Vlad, you missed all the excitement. So can somebody answer Vlad here? We freaking nailed it. You see these lines, Vlad? They all came true. Every inch of them. All these lines were drawn ahead of time. We had 2 calls, 1 put, this one from here to here, from wherever, from here, these 2 paths, the orange, the yellow, the 2 levels, a credit put spread below played out. And there are some people still writing puts, and somebody wants to take a bet on not calls, but sold put spreads. So both these people can make money. So yeah, we do it all. Fast trading, slow trading, whatever you want. We even bought puts on this one. It looks like it's playing so far. XLV, that's an overnight trade. Don't mind this. This was a talking point on something else. We think we're hunting that point D. Maybe not. Some people bought Coca-Cola puts today, and they're making some money on it, but it's a longer-term trade. So yes, if you like trading fast, you came to the right spot. I might leave the room open for tomorrow too. So if you want to join us tomorrow earlier, that's when the trading happens. The trading in the morning is a lot easier than at night. At night, we do, like in the evening, in the afternoon, we can do some cheaper SPX trades. But we did find that at least 3 or 4 people liked enough to sign up. So if you want encouragement, you're not the only one. We do good work. That's all there is to it. And I would be shocked if you sign up and cancel. In fact, I saw somebody cancel and was like, what happened? And then I look and they bought a yearly. So they canceled the monthly to save some money and took a yearly. I didn't do anything with it. I offered a trade idea. I would be a buyer of puts from the higher level. When it was up here, I said if it doesn't go above the high of the day, it might go down towards 142, 140, 150. So they're trying to get to that point right here. It was a buy a put under. Yeah. So it's moderate conviction, not high conviction, because I am speculating. You just need 163 points rally. Is that all? Let me make a call for you. Hello. Have you seen the memes on TikTok? Technologia. Suddenly they started popping up on my screen. Clearly an Arabic accent. They do what we call here in America redneck engineering. And they call it technologia. I don't do spreads on the VIX. That is very frustrating. All right, Tom, fingers crossed. What did you buy? Tell us so we can play along. SPX, how much was it? 300? How much was it? No, how much? The price of the put, $12. Okay, that's expensivo. Good for a short. Who? Race? Ferrari. Do you really think the Ferrari buyer cares about tariffs? Do you know how Ferrari works? You have to own a Ferrari to be able to buy a Ferrari. So sales is not their problem. I doubt that Ferrari stock falls because of it. Wow, that was fast, Tom. Nice work. Not too bad. Not too bad. $180? 170? What if I told you you could have gone to 538.50? I cannot stand Ferraris, but I have the biggest respect for them because if you watch Formula One, it's the only race car that is built. Every nut and bolt is a Ferrari through and through. A lot of the other ones are, I have a Renault engine, I have this chassis, and I have that thing and that thing. Ferrari is from start to finish. What I like is the fact that there is a confluence of things going on here. We have bearish and bullish setups, and this is a bearish day. So the bears have a slight advantage in general. If we lose 540, I think we go to 538.50. And the fact that they could not hold 542.50 says that they've done all they can. Target 3 on that red W, Tom, is lower than 540. So here's what I'm saying to Tom. Even though there's a low here, If we lose this, I don't think we stop here. If this were to play out, it'll be like boop. However, this also can be an opportunity to trap some bears. So my question is, why did they not stop here? Hold this. And this is a catalyst for that too. So that's why I said I have two scenarios. They both are good, but if you go with the flow, we are descending channel trying to base, but there's no evidence of a base except for this and that higher low. That's barely a higher low, and this one. So if this one comes down to here, losing this, now you don't have a base. Then I would buy a put here for this opportunity. Or you can buy a put here and put a stop to it. Corey had a higher time frame bearish position. So let me tell you, on the 1 minute, Tom, you had target 2 that was just nailed. This was target 2 on the 1 minute. Target 3, oh, sorry, that's Tesla. Target 2. Ooh, it's a tough. I think 540.5 is coming. 540.5. This one, it's getting close. Let's see. There's that. Yes. Oof. Oof. Yeah, it's worth it because if we lose the floor, it probably won't stop at 538. It's probably going to 536 or 7. Well worth the effort. This, folks, can be ugly today. Ugly. Don't leave the theater. If this is lost, these two are in play today. Cuidado. Achtung. There is a support zone 1. I'll make it green. There's always a chance we go up overnight, and there's always a chance we go down overnight. Why are you asking? I don't see the future, Vlad. I can chart like a mo flicker, but I don't see the future. So I'm looking at a chart. If the market's open, I can tell you where we're going almost tick by tick. You've seen it happen today all day, but I don't see the future. So what I can do is look to see the options for tomorrow. And maybe sometimes they give us hints as to where they want to open. I doubt today is one of those days, but closer to the bell, I can look at that if you're going to be here. Out at 21, 7 Gs, nice. Okay, donate some to the Heart Society. Good job. Chicken. Book. Cuidado, Achtung, Intibho, Attention. Attention. Help me out. Other languages. Peligro. There's no volume on SPX. You can't buy the SPX. Aage past. Apke past. What language is that? Okay, I was gonna say Dutch. So you like stand-up fighting? You root for the Dutch? Almost sounds like Pladoch. I warned you. Okay, there should be a bounce, and they should try to get to 540, the yellow line. Now the green line now becomes a problem, believe it or not. Yeah. Oh, what a difference a letter makes. No, I was talking to him. I like stand-up fighting. The UFC has become a wrestling match. I like to fight. I like to watch like one championship, maybe some Muay Thai boxing, and I haven't watched in a while. But the European style fighting, kickboxing, basically. There's Verhoeven, the heavyweight. Can't wait to see him fight again. He was in the movie the other day. It was so weird. I was like, wait a minute, I know this guy. If you're in the XLV put, you should have some greens. Don't forget to lock some profits. Okay, so I literally have arrows or lines where we're going. Extrapolate. I used to have a study here that said SPX and what was it called? One of you told me about it. They used to put the little corner here, the numbers for like to go from SPX to SPY to ES. Do you remember what the study was called on TradingView? This is how you trap bears too. So we can bounce to 541. Yeah, that one. What is it called? That's what it's called? SP. Oh. I didn't see it this morning. This one? Oh, it's at the top. Okay, yeah. I can't like I can't have it show me SPX. So I can answer SPX multiplier 10. I don't know what that means. 5380. So okay, I get it now. Offset. It went away. Can I tell no line? Oops. Perfect. Well, that's how you put a bull trap, not a bear trap. Sorry, bear trap, yes. You show, oh, we're going to here, and then go, and nothing happens. So you scare people out of their lungs, you get people into bears, and then you do this. But that is a legit breakdown, folks. So, and we have 40 minutes almost to kill. This green M says that we can go back to 540 or 541. Now, if we can go back to 541, they could avert this disaster. They got pretty close to my first target. So if I had puts, I would have been out. The VIX should drop to 25.2. The VIX, VIX. And I'm looking at Coca-Cola. It's not made a lot of moves. This could be a bear trap. So I would lock my puts just in case, at the risk of missing out on some nice, juicy gains. I cannot believe the IWM is in the 180s. I mean, I could go long, but I'm not gonna. I would prefer going long single stocks like Amazon. You just got your puts. Let me see. That means that mine are a little bit red on Amazon. No, mine is the same price. Wow, it took a while. Okay. What did you get for them? 60? 59. Okay, I got 58. No, wait. Let me see. Yeah, 58. You got a penny more than me. Die, Coca-Cola, die, you freaking frick. You, and take Berkshire with you, too. Not Buffett. Keep him alive. We need him. Just the stock. Oh, the XL Posse. Oh, yes. The XLF. I have not been looking at my account. Moto beautiful. Let's see how much legs does that XLF trade have in it. Oh, yeah. No, we're staying in it. It's a weekly trade, so you need patience. I'm actually may roll out of these into a longer dated ones. I have May. I still have 43 days. Okay, I need to revisit the XLF short term. Falling into support short term. Wow. Okay. When in doubt, lighten up. Just get it out of my system, you know? Got it. No. I do not got an IC for tomorrow. What are you, crazy? No. If you're courageous, try a credit put spread for $100 and risk 400. Well, actually, I will give you one. I'm going to give it to you, okay? But at your own risk. You've been here a while. You're grown up. 250404, right? 5415. You're not gonna believe this. Oh my god. Oh my God. Fear has set in, folks. Okay. 52.75. 55.45. You get $100, maybe 90. What do you mean? 52.75 to 55.45. 52.75. Sell to open. Put. 52.70. Buy to open. Put. 55.45. Sell to open. Call. 55.50. Buy to open. Call. Should be $90, maybe $100. So your risk is 52.70, 5270. Your risk is 5545. That's not $100 wide. That expires tomorrow. That's a wide range. The VIX is approaching a high of day, and the VIX futures has exploded past this high of day a while back, and Coca-Cola has not. Okay, now we're getting truth in fear. Stay slightly bearish, because now I'm seeing the thing I wanted to see. Earlier, I said I want to see a change in behavior. Right now, the machines are programmed comfortable buying dips in Coca-Cola when the market's having a tizzy. I'm saying, how long are you going to do that? If the market drops another 5%, are you going to continue to buy it? I mean, at what point do you say, holy schmutz, I mean, I can't be hiding at Coca-Cola. Everything is falling. Where's the bottom? They capitulate and sell everything. Gold, Bitcoin, everything. Okay, they revert to their roots. When you're worried about something, when freaked out about something, you're not buying anything. So I'm looking for red ticks in Coca-Cola and the market, and green ticks in the VIX. Right now we see red ticks in the market, green VIX, green Coke. The VIX almost new high of day. And if it does, my statement about it dropping to 25.30 goes out the window, because the harmonics would be broken. I can't have point C be higher than point A. The harmonics breaks apart. Like I'm trying to do this with the VIX, but this point is approaching that. If it goes higher, the hunt for point D ends. On the XLV, it's working. Yeah, exactly, Dave. The NQ also triggered a new low. Meta collapsing. I'll be right back. As soon as I walked away, I hear it beep. Confirmed. Oh, You do not want to read my comment. We may have confirmed an inverse cup and handle, I said inverse head and shoulders, to the 4000s. So don't listen to it. Just know that we're selling rallies. I'll zoom out and I'll tell you what I mean by that. Whoa, nice work, George. Nice work. Credit put spread. Yes, Paul. Did they write it up wrong? Can sell XLV puts? Explain. We bought puts earlier. You mean want to sell them for profits? If you took the trade, sure can book profits. That's fine with me. Point B is what matters. You want to see them lose that yellow line? If they do, they should accelerate lower. Bottom right-hand corner of my screen. Drum roll on this guy. No. We're not selling puts in anything. That's ETFs. No. I do not sell naked anything on ETFs, major ETFs. You're welcome, sir. Glad to help. So 538 is the last hope. They need to hold that in order to have the snapback rally to 540 happen. If not, then we're going to the white line and the blue line down below, finishing the yellow lines. SPX low of day 725. Baljit, that's too old to matter much. But yes, you are correct. You're watching the right things. It beeped at me on my screen. I wouldn't hold anything overnight, but sure can. If you have profits, you want to put them in play, absolutely. I buy, put in KO. Yes. Buying a put in KO seems like an easy one. No, June, $50. Sorry, just under current price, whatever the number is. 50, that's XLF, right? Right, whatever that, let me see here. Oh my gosh, my little dog doesn't, 70. I own May 72 and a half puts, but they've been on the book for a long time. If I buy some now, it'll be for June, and it'll be 70. What's the delta? 53 what? 53.95? Well, yeah, what time is it? Holy crap. How much is the roll? And let me see here. $200 for today. How much is it for tomorrow? Is the roll? If the roll is free, you can do that. Yeah, it's hard this late in the day. You don't want to stay in it. You're gonna get bombarded. If it's a large order, most definitely. Jafar, are you asking me a question or are you just reporting back? If I don't answer your question, it's because I didn't see it. Please don't be shy about asking again. We still have 275 people in here. That's amazing. Near the close. We're lucky to have this room. I tell you what, I would have lost my mind trading alone today. Shukran stays. Oh, the VIX just made a higher high. Thank you. All right. So target 1, I officially say done. This one. Do they want that one? There's no risk appetite. The VIX in blowout mode. Coca-Cola is red and red ticks too. I am going to borrow this to put just Coke on 1 minute to match. Actually, I'm going to put it on 15 seconds to match its price action to the S&P to see if it's no longer an inverse relationship to the S&P. Look at that. It's starting to look like the S&P. That's what I want to see. The minute this starts to look like the S&P, the minute, the algo of sell S&P, buy Coca-Cola stops. Yeah, but I don't want to kill the S&P. I want to kill that freaking thing up there, Coca-Cola. This silly notion of, you got to hide in staples. What? Those are like the most boring companies on the planet and the most at risk right now. They're still at all-time highs. The S&P is at least, what, 8 to 10, actually probably 12% off of the all-time high. So stupid. Deb, your XLV puts should be profitable. If you took a lot, you should scalp some just in case we don't carry through. And it is at the yellow line. Okay. It's at the yellow line. So if we get lucky, well, if it by chance it loses the yellow line, those who are holding puts in the XLV are going to get paid double what they already got paid, like that. Because I think it goes to 142.50 relatively fast. I would scalp a win because there could be a bounce and leave runners if I have enough. If not, and I don't mind losing a couple of $100 of my profits, I would stay in it the way it is. You're welcome. This is one of the most satisfying days ever because it's the most challenging day in a long time, and we freaking nailed it left and right. I love it. Very satisfying. I need to run through my account to make sure I don't have any 0 DTEs. I need to close my door. The puppy is too loud. Don't ever get an Australian blue heeler or whatever they call them. My goodness. You think Malinois are aggressive? Yes, Peter. It's worth a shot. 72.5, 70, whatever you want. Cats? I will refrain. Cats are impressive. I gotta give you that. I've seen cats fight bears and scare them. The reaction time of a cat is faster than a snake, and it knows it. It literally stares a cobra in the face, like inches away from it, because it knows it can swat the cobra away before the cobra can bite it. That's pretty crazy stuff. I'm not a cat person. They seem to be aloof. I want a cuddly pet. Dogs, you disappear for 5. I go to the gym and I come back. My dog is doing backflips when I come back. Oh my God, I haven't seen you in forever. Where are you? Can we go do this? He comes and brings me the toys and he jumps. Cats don't do that. Whoa, that's a lot of... Nice PNL. Nice work. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I appreciate you. That's amazing. I'm not going to share the PNL with everybody, but thank you. $3,800 day. High five yourself. I'll see you tomorrow. Many thanks for the advice. I'm only sharing guidance. I don't give advice. Plus the other one. Oh, there are two different ones. Holy schmut balls. Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay, so we'll round it up. They say dogs have owners, cats have staff. Is that true? The agenda. The agenda is me talking to Raghu and asking him a bunch of questions about what's coming. How is he dealing with the adversity of the stock market price action no longer being green, green, green? What's a good way to hedge? How the futures can benefit people. And you will hear me also push people to sign up for the future session in middle of April, which we have 2 spots, maybe 3 for it. I would say we can shove 2 more people in there, but not in that room. That room is really beautiful, but really small. Like 20 people tops comfortably. Any more than that, it becomes busy. They have a nice pool. It's a really cool hotel. Reasonable too. April 17, 18, Thursday, Friday. I feel like I missed the question that scrolled off the page. Is there still downside close for profit? If I've ever wondered about booking profits, I book profits. I said this is close enough for my target, even though 535 can be next, but I'm good making money, not all the money. Nice work on the VIX. Let me see what I can do with that. Holy crap, look at you. Someone who's listening. Well, lock in some, unless you need for protection. The oldest ones, the ones that are dying soonest, you want to lock those in to reload. Amazing. Yes, I will definitely use that. I will block out any proprietary information. Can you have your room open for tomorrow? My room open is open for all. You mean not change the password? It's open every day. You're asking me not to change the password for tomorrow. I will hold the password the same. Yes, you can come in tomorrow. I will same link, same password. It's not free. Would you work 10 hours a day talking for free? No. Is it a bargain? Hells yes. Yeah. Palantir is holding relatively well, better than I thought it would. Any guidance? I know I'm not adding. What's your guidance that you require? You want to add? No. I refuse to let you add anything right now, especially not Palantir, which is 10 times more expensive than it needs to be. Not really, but it's pretty expensive. Vlad, come in tomorrow, same link, same password, and we'll talk about your subscription. I don't like this. This is starting to go back up. This is continuing to go back down. Come on, man. Follow the XLF just made another low. They're not done. Drum roll. Hold on, folks. Hold on. 535 is the target on the 1 minute. Is that still there? Yes. What a nasty rising wedge that was. But there is the chance of a snapback rally, so don't overstay your welcome. Maybe we pop and we drop after hours because of, hey, maybe someone figures out late that there's a headline of about tariffs coming. Wait, did you hear? We have tariffs. Whew. Lost hope on the bulls. What do you mean? Expand on that statement. What time frame? Today? Oh yeah. Okay, so I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah, you should. They're selling rallies consistently since the peak of 9:15 in the morning. Oh, where's my orange box? We forgot to. Yep, we lost the orange box. Once you lose the orange box, we get half of it to all of it. This is not quite half. The blue line looks like it's about half. Yeah. So listen, when was the last time we closed down 5%? Can somebody remember? In one day. Like we've had 5% down days, but not close at 5%. When was the last time? Look at Coca-Cola red. Yes, die you mo flicker. I don't know, I'm asking. You young spring chicken, you. But we've seen plus 6% day, right? Election day. The small caps were up 6%, I think, if not more. COVID, was it down 5%? I don't remember. Yeah, that would be. You close your world. Yeah, of course. That would make sense. So just I want some, not kudos, I want some acknowledgement that when somebody that does this all day, like me doing this all day, when I'm screaming cautious, offering all kinds of evidence of caution, I already did that, Ryan. But I want to teach the lesson that you should overcome whatever belief you have. Like when Raghu says we're going this way, even though I don't agree, I look 3 ways to see if I really don't agree, and I even then respect it. So I say, I'm not shorting with this or that because they might rally and I don't want to put myself in danger, but I want to be cautious. So that's the mindset. So what I'm saying is the lesson is that we want to always be open to the other thesis. So whatever I'm doing, if I buy a call or I buy a put, there is an other side to that trade. There's an old cartoon. It says that there's always the other side of the trade. And the cartoon is 2 wolves talking. Hey Steve, I think I got these humans. He's talking about 2 guys talking to take care of us, house us, and feed us. And all we got to do is rebrand as dogs. They're wolves. And then the 2 guys are talking to each other. The one guy says to the other, hey, I think I domesticated this wolf. So the guys think that they got themselves dogs. The wolves think that they got themselves slaves for free. So there's always the other side of the trade. That's what the moral of this lesson is. Conviction is good, but knock your conviction a level down when we have so many question marks in this world. The world, I'm going to cuss, is a shit show. We have a pretty dumb collection of humans living on the earth right now because of social media. We've become bifurcated and opinionated based on what we see, which could be or not real. So, Idiocracy, go watch the movie. We are getting there. So if you live near a Fuddruckers, every day you should go out and check the sign and see what it says. Watch the movie, you know what I mean. And if you ever see a water fountain that delivers Kool-Aid, we're there. And definitely do not wear orange, what do you call those? Crocs. Yeah. Yeah. Costco. He goes, "Wow, you know this place inside and out." He goes, "Yeah, I went to college here." Gatorade? Okay, I said that yesterday. Somebody corrected me. They said Kool-Aid. Yeah, that movie is a classic. It's terrible, but it's a classic. Oh yeah, we're pretty dang close. It's sad. That's social media. Um, so let's see here. I think Seinfeld said, I don't know if it was a joke or not, but it was real. He goes, "The person that decided to put a camera in a phone should be banned from the earth. They pretty much changed the world, and not for the better. They created social media." And I have said the following words. It's one of those like, "Oh, like who needs a camera in their phone?" I said those words in 2000 because I had a top of the line phone that surfed the internet, was a flip phone with a stylus and a touch screen made by Samsung that did not have a camera. I was like who needs a camera in their phone? I have like a $600 phone back then. That was a lot of money. I think the model number was SPHI 500. I would have that phone now with a better screen. It was like maybe 3 inches long, maybe 2.5 inches long, and it flipped. Stylus that comes out of the top expands, Palm Pilot based, so, and surfs the internet. JSH04 Sharp J phone. Yeah, well, whoever that person was should be exported off the earth. Maybe they want to go drive the roadster that Elon sent to the Mars. Did they ever do that, or did they talk about it? They sent the red roadster to Mars. I had a radio phone in my truck, half duplex. Radio phone. Like one of those boxes that opens from the, like they came with the Mercedes from the 80s. Yeah, I didn't have one, but I did have a cell phone that was a box, like a binocular box. It was a Motorola, you know, it's like a big box of binoculars. You open it and you reach in, you take out the phone with the numbers on the back. I remember being at the emergency room. My mother was visiting and she broke her arm and we were in the emergency room and I felt like a rock star. That my brother is a surgeon, so I was like picked up the phone from the emergency room calling my brother to ask his opinion in front of the doctor. The doctor was like, "Wow, check you out." Like, hell yeah. Giant man purse with a phone. The XLV short is ongoing. Excellent. This was important to hold. They haven't completely buried it, but it's a good start. So the XLV profits should accelerate from here. You can enter an order to close it if you want ahead of time. So if the put is quoting $200, I'm making this up. You say I would like to close it for $250. Sell it to close for $250. You bought it to open. It won't fill. You're asking more than it's worth. If this continues to fall, or if it falls fast, you will get filled without having to chase the price. the price will accelerate higher, come to your order, and the next tick thereafter will be a live order. You get out. Coca-Cola not letting go. They still having these bursts of greens, but no higher highs, no lower lows either. They're stuck. Apple had a good move in the last 8 minutes. Well, Apple is a safety trade. When the you-know-what hit the fan, maybe they roll out of Coca-Cola into Apple, which make more sense than rolling into Coca-Cola. Apple is not at all-time highs, and it's a high-tech company with an unbelievable balance sheet and the best reputation on the planet. And here's the kicker for Apple. It has the best clients on the planet. That's Apple's asset. The best clients on the planet. I would kill to have if any business owner, they want an Apple customer to love them as much as Apple people do. They love the service, they overpay and they don't mind. And here's the kicker. They think everything else is crap. How do you do that? That is like, whoa, what a gift, Mr. Tim Cook. Yeah, 6 Eastern, Joe, yeah. Whoa. That's all that matters, Chris. If you believe it's correct, then it's correct. I don't need to convince you otherwise. If that's what you need to overpay and feel good about it, good for you. 5395. We live. We survive. 5396 is the closing on the SPX. Are you rolling the KO April? I don't have an April, Nadine. I have a June and May. I'm looking at 5396.58. SPX. Somebody else confirm. Either way, it's above 5395. Yeah, it's closed. The SPX is done. Unlike the SPY, it is done. Please don't leave any SPY open orders. You can still close the SPY for today. Calls or puts, bought or sold, close, close, close. You're green today on such red. Dave K. High five, man. High five. I hate that I'm right because a lot of people are losing money, but I feel good that we navigated the day well and we were ready for downside. I know I've come across to a lot of people. I know it. I told that to other people yesterday. I said, I haven't had the same questions I usually have. Like, is it too late to buy VIX calls? Not one, which means they've listened at least. And very rewarding to know that we're doing the right things in spite of whatever rhetoric is out there. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Okay, Steve. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. New people, come back tomorrow. I'll leave it open tomorrow morning. Maybe I can convince you to sign up. See, so is it not worth it? I mean, seriously? Today wasn't a fluke. Today was a test. How good are you guys? Yeah, we're pretty damn good. All right, plate. Ha ha ha. It did survive. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so I'm going to sign off to get some bite because I'm going to be signing back on at 6. Join me at 6 p.m. in case you missed it. Very good session. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. That means a lot. I think this is it right here. Make sure that this is it. Not here, no. YouTube. YouTube. I just gave you the link. See that? Let me click on the link and make sure that that's it. Yes. No, not here. The link. Yes, I will record it. If you can't make it, it will be recorded. But it'd be so good to make it. You get to see Raghu, you get to ask him questions. Program of what? Let's talk. Overnight and see a bounce. There's always that possibility. But what you ask me, what do you plan on doing with the bounce? Look at this. Look at this. The accuracy of these levels. What do you mean? So there is a downside target to 535, 534.8. Maybe they do that tonight. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Claimed. I got you. Yeah, of course. The granddaughter comes first. All right, signing off. No more questions. Rudely hanging up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye.